Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening. Oh, it looks a little ominous, but you know what? It'll be fine. We're about 19 minutes to post time to race number one. Shall we get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing? Races 1 through 4 have no changes. No changes. Races 1 through 4.
Robert's here.
Race number 5, 7 Tamil Houdini is scratched. Race 5, 7 Tamil Houdini is scratched. Race number 6, Bridedown Better Be is scratched. Race 6, 1 Bridedown Better Be is scratched. Race number 7, 5 Peter Crown, bridle change, blind bridle to cheek rolls, blind to cheek rolls. Race 8, 1 Lions Better Day, driver to be announced. And races 9 and 10 have no changes. Race number 11, number 8 Cat, changing from aluminum to flip-flops up front. Aluminum to flip-flops up front. Once again, note there are no changes in races 1 through 4. It's time to welcome in our handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert, Christine sounded excited. She said, Robert's here. She loves you. Me? I don't know. Maybe. How are you, buddy?
I'm glad to hear that somebody loves me, right, Gary? Listen, I'm doing fantastic. Those skies, a little bit ominous indeed. I'll tell you, earlier today here in Newmarket, we had a wicked hailstorm, size of golf balls. It was pretty wild, but let's hope that holds off here at the river tonight because we've got a fantastic card of racing for you on this wonderful Wednesday. And a little more special tonight because we've got two OSS goals for 2-year-old Philly Pacers, which is going to feature our Battle of the Bells winner coming back racing tonight. So it's exciting to see her back in action here at the river. And of course, every Wednesday night, we take center stage for harness racing and horse racing here in Ontario. So we have some bigger pools to play with, and it's always a lot of fun throughout the night. We got the top drivers in the country in town tonight as well. So it's really just a fantastic night of racing where there's some nice wagering sequences as well, and that all gets kicked off in the opener, the pick 5 with a guaranteed pool of $2,500, and Gary and I will map out our suggested wagers for you at about 8 minutes to post. Just about 8 minutes away from the opener here at the River. And by the way, I kept saying that horse, big, big plans. Our Battle of the Bells champion. She's on the card tonight. Looking forward to seeing her back in action here at the River and OSS Gold event this time. But it's time to break down my favorite wager, at least one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway, and that is the Pick 5 guaranteed pool, $2,500. And it all gets started in race number 1. Let's look at the ticket that I've mapped out. And I'm going to play it a little bit skinny early and spread out late. In the opener, it's a trotting event. No one has a 40,000 life. I think Horoscope's going to be tough. Rail Control. Travis Cullen's got along really well with this 4-year-old gelded son of Cadabra. But I'm also going to use a 3, Arch We Lucky. I like the addition of Trevor Henry. I like Arch We Lucky as well. So 1-3 in the opener. Just the 3 Adrenaline Rush in race number 2. Getting back here to the River in a condition claiming event. James McDonald aboard, the nation's leading driver. Sign me up. There's a single for me. Adrenaline Rush in race number 2. Race number 3, Too Deep, the 3 and 4 Arcanum and Missy's Magic Man. Arcanum gets James McDonald as well. Missy's Magic Man I thought should have won last time. We'll give him another chance. Throw him on the ticket. He's my second choice in race number 3. And then 4x4 to finish it off. The 4th race is an OSS Gold for 2-year-old filly pacers. And I think this is a really competitive group. I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, and 6. My top choice is the 6, Starlight Dancer. I think she's a real talented filly, but she's got to work in the 6 hole. And she hasn't raced since July 14th. Turned in a real nice qualifier August the 10th. But I do think that we need to have the other ones in there as well. So 2, 3, 4, and 6 in race number 4. And then in that money leg, we're going to go with just the 3 and 6, actually. Sorry, we're not spreading out there. It's just the 3 and 6 in the money leg. And that's because I think Come On Over Hanover is the one to beat. 7 hole last time, had to come from out of it. And I thought it was a good effort to finish 3rd. This time, 3 hole, Trevor Henry aboard. I think Come On Over Hanover is one that you've got to really pay close attention to, and that one will probably take a lot of support. I can't leave off my man Sicario, though. I have always loved this horse. He can be a little bit finicky at times. He can be a bit of a bad actor, but when he puts it all together, he's tough to beat and was a winner in this class last time. So post 6, he's got a lot of speed. I think that he's not one you want to leave off your ticket, even though I give the lean to the 3, Come On Over Hanover. But yeah, just 2 horses to finish it off in that money leg, and just a $6.40 investment for my pick 5 tonight. But what does Gary Guy have in store for us?
Well, Robert, I did spend a little bit more money also. I spent $9.60. But in race number 1, I do like 1 Horoscope. But also 1 Horoscope. I have 4 Yeti Set Go just because, well, I've seen so many nice things. So Horoscope and Yeti Set Go, the 1 and 4 in race number 1. In race 2, I have the inside 3, 1, 2, and 3. I actually have Diamond Rock as my top pick, but I get the inside 3. So I'm with you. I have Adrenaline Rush. In fact, that's the horse I turned you on to a little while back. And race number 3, we see it the same. Arcana Missy's Magic Man. Race 4, I only used 2 in there, and I actually have No Soup tonight to win, although Starlight Dancer is probably the best win in there. But the post position, so you get Doug McNair and then also Starlight Dancer, Doug McNair and No Soup tonight. And in the final leg, Come On Over Hanover is my top one, but Bastiano from the inside, I want to use the 1 and 3 in that 5th race. $9.60.
All right. Well, I like it. I mean, we're on the same wavelength, we'll say. Same wavelength for me and Gary tonight. 960 for him, a little bit less for me. No singles for Gary, but hey, there are some real competitive races throughout. And Yeti Set Go actually in the first was one that I kind of struggled to not put on my ticket, and I did put that one in the 3rd spot. I think the post relief will help that one tonight. But you've got 4 minutes away to the opener here at the Grand River Raceway. Start mapping out your winning tickets for this Pick 5 sequence. Again, the pool is guaranteed at $2,500, and we'll come back after the post rate of this race number 1 to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field 4, race number 1 is on parade. 1 is Horoscope, Travis Cullen for Wayne Henry and Henry Stable and Dalon Farms. Number 2 is Trade Barrier, Alfie Carroll for Richard Carroll. Number 3 is Arch We Lucky. It is Trevor Henry for George Henry and William Checkley. And number 4 is Yeti Set Go, Bruce Richardson for Earl McLeod and Clifton Hobbs. 5 is Chili and Toast, Garrett Rooney for Bud Sinclair and Lindsay Sinclair and Tom Strawn. Number 6, Lady Montague, Scott Kohler for Mike Keeling and Harbor Racing. And number 7 is Massive Ovation, James McDonough for James McCaig and Jan McCaig Weischer. And number 8 is Delaware, Talmore for Pam Forkey and Triple S Equine. And number 9 is Royal Eve, George Ketros, drives and trains and is the owner. Let's get a look at this field right now for race number 1, as we're just a couple of minutes away from post time. And well, Robert, number 1 Horoscope I think has to be the top one in here, and that was a strong performance at Georgian last time out. And also look at the mile before that, 56-1.
Yeah, it was, and really, I know you've always been a fan of this horoscope, Gary, and one that's always had, ability and hit the board with frequency. Last year, 16 of 30 in the money last year. Half the starts this year in the top 2, 6 for 12, and won each of his last 2 and 3 of his last 5. Really come into his own and had a nice win here in Elmer's of 3. Then went off to Georgian and was racing really well there. And like you mentioned, that 56 and 1 mile 2 back and is one that has shown speed off the gate, doesn't necessarily need the lead to win, looks sharp at the track right now, and that all important rail control here at the river. So I couldn't go against this one as a top choice. I did go too deep in the pick 5, 1 to 2 on the board right now in Horoscope. No surprise there.
And Travis Cullen has really been red hot of late, and Wayne Henry is a long-time successful trot trainer. Number 4, first we'll get to number 3, Arch We Lucky. I'm still excited about Yeti Set Go, but 3, Arch We Lucky doesn't have a win yet this year, but that does show some solid signs during the last 5 races. Came close, beaten just a neck back early in July.
Yeah, I think that Arch We Lucky's one that has been, racing reasonably well. You see some decent finishes, and what I like about this one is we've seen speed from Arch We Lucky, right? Last time from the rail, did end up fading to finish 3rd to Patrick Hanover, but you go further down, even made the lead from post 6. So post 3 today, Trade Barrier is not one that always kind of blasts out of there. I'm thinking Arch We Lucky might try to leave, get around that one, maybe sit a nice trip behind Horoscope, and I love the addition of Trevor Henry tonight. I mean, Trevor is no stranger to the winner's circle here at Grand River Raceway, and I always, take notice when he jumps aboard one that he hasn't driven in a long time or at all. And I think Arch We Lucky, fits that bill, and 7 to 1 on the board. There's good value there.
And that July 6th line that I mentioned, Arch We Lucky's second beaten a neck. Horoscope was the winner. Who was third? Yeti Set Go. Let's get the Yeti Set Go, one that I really liked even long before the Grand River meet. Every time I looked at this horse, I thought, there's something there. Now, last race, post 8, we take your pen and we just stroke on through it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really why I put this one in the 3rd spot and struggled with not putting her on the pick 5, because that last effort, I mean, moving up to this level, we haven't really seen a fair assessment yet if she's going to be able to handle this kind of company. And it wasn't the worst effort in the world, all things considered. Yeah, she finished last, but at least, she did make some forward progress. And if you go before that, those 2 victories were kind of like her turning a corner. We always mentioned that Yeti Set Go was a horse that showed ability but wasn't racing consistently. Those 2 victories were very impressive in numbers of 20,000 life. Now with a palatable post at this level, I think we see, what she's made of against this group. and 8-1's a good price. Now, I didn't get her on my pick 5. I might regret it afterwards.
You used a horse at a price. Trade Barrier at 35-1, and that's one that can be a trip horse in here, although Royal Leaf might get on the back of Horoscope. We'll see how that goes early, but Trade Barrier, nice price off a good race.
Yeah, I'm surprised by this price. I mean, I know it's been, almost a month between races, but it's still post 2, and it's a horse that typically picks up a share at this level. Now, maybe saying this horse is going to win's a bit of a stretch, and I mean she's 30-1 on the board, and that's obviously on the win end. In the exotics, so I think you have to use her because she's capable of sitting a favorable trip in here, and she's one that can kind of just sit a trip and then kind of lunge in the stretch to get a good piece of it. So 30-1, in my opinion, is a big overlay on Trade Barrier, and if she's that priced in the exotics, then she'll be everywhere for me.
And Rob, the one that I think you have to use somewhere on the ticket is Royal Leaf. And look, this is one that was second to Yeti Set Go 2 races ago and won last time out. So we'll see if that works, the trailer post for Royal Leaf. But it's Horoscope and Trade Barrier. And Archway Lucky on the inside of the center. Yeti Set Go and Chilean Toast to the outside. Lady Montague, massive ovation in Delaware. And the second tier is Royal Leaf. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. And the field for race number 1 is at the start of the rough. An Archway Lucky, Horoscope on the inside. Massive ovations going to leave as well. Then it is back to Trade Barrier. And Royal Leaf gets a well from the trailer post. But right now Horoscope has got the lead. Archway Lucky wanting to fill the pocket. But Royal Leaf is squeezing up in there. And Royal Leaf is parking Archway Lucky right now. Trade Barrier's racing fourth, and then massive ovation. Yeti Set Go. Then it is Chilean Toast, Lady Montague, and Delaware. Horoscope has got the lead, and Royal Leaf and George Ketro's playing a little hardball, fills the pocket, forcing Archway Lucky to take back and get a seat on the inside third. Trade Barriers racing fourth. Yeti Set Go to the outside, massive ovation on the inside. Then it is back to Chilean Toast and Lady Montague, and then back trailing the field. Delaware, they race off the turn, 28 seconds the opening quarter, and Horoscope has got the lead. Royal Leaf is racing second, then Archway Lucky. Here comes Yeti Set Go. Going on the outside first over, 58 seconds flat the halftime. Chilean Toast is following Yeti Set Go to the outside. Trade Barriers on the inside, about 5 or 6 off the lead. Then it is back to Lady Montague, massive ovation, and Delaware. Horoscope, the 1-2 favorite off a 58-second halftime, leads as they race on towards 3/4. Yeti Set Go is coming on the outside. Royal Leaf right now is second. Yeti Set Go is third. Archway Lucky's racing fourth, and then Chilean Toast and Trade Barrier. Lady Montague, massive ovation, and Delaware. Horoscope is getting away a bit. It is Horoscope on the inside. Royal Leaf and Chilean Toast now 3 wide, and in the center Yeti Set Go, and then Archway Lucky on the inside. They turn for home. It is Horoscope and Royal Leaf, and on the outside Chilean Toast. Horoscope is going to win. Horoscope was sharp and takes it in victory. And then 3 across the track for second. It looked like it was Chilean Toast, then Yeti Set Go and Trade Barrier. Mile of 1:58-1. Horoscope was the best, Rob.
Yeah, Horoscope, much the best. And, as we knew this one was going to push out to the lead and, should be brimming with confidence off 2 straight victories at Georgian Downs against solid competition. And this time around, just really devastated this group here in the opener at Grand River tonight. There was no touching Horoscope. And, for Archway Lucky, I was really hoping that one would be able to find his way into the 2-hole. But George Ketros decided to shut the door on Trevor Henry there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of hardball early, but look, it's fair play. Royal Leaf had the trailer post and knew the one was going to leave, and he wanted the pocket, and he was insisting on it.
Yeah, listen, you got to do your best to get there. And we know when Trevor Henry's got the trailing post, there's one spot he's going to want to be, nose to helmet with the pole position, and ended up getting a great trip with Royal Leaf. Just wasn't able to go with the likes of Horoscope tonight.
You know who we couldn't find onto the ticket, but Garrett Rooney and Chilean Toast is one that was able to come on and get onto the exactor ticket.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by that. I mean, for me, Chilean Toast is the type that when he's got a good post, I think he can get off the gate well. And I knew he was one that can kind of stick around for a piece. I don't see him as one that kind of can come from out of it and go an overland journey. So impressed by that one's effort tonight. Certainly surprised me. Yeti Set Go, a decent third. I mean, again, I think she's still getting acclimated to this level. And Trade Barrier, rounds it out, Gary, at 50 to 1, one that we thought was a bit of an overlay on the board.
Yeah, 50 to 1 will help it out because you get 1 to 2 on the top. That's no help. But Horoscope was the best and makes it 3 straight wins. Horoscope back in front of us, a 4-year-old Cadabra Bay gelding. Owned by Henry Stable and Dalon Farms. Wayne Henry is the trainer. Travis Cullen is the winning driver. It's the 4th win for Horoscope this year. 3rd in a row, 7th win lifetime. Horoscope and Travis Cullen takes race 1 and won 58-1. The first race payouts: 1 Horoscope, 310, 220, 270. 5 Chilean Toast, 829.54. Yeti Sit Go, 670. $2 exactor, 40.90. Dollar Try, 68.90. Dollar Super, 648.10. The first race order finish from the top is a 148-325-795. That's 148-325-795. Field 4, race number 2 is on parade. 1. Diamond Rock Caliber for Pam Forky and Don Schuldice. Number 2 is Nelson Eddie Hanover Nick Boyd for Craig Bars and Erko Sokolovic. And number 3 is Adrenaline Rush James McDonough for Debbie O'Brien Morin and the Stable. Number 4 is Tough Son of a Beach Jason Ryan for Rebecca Geisel and Audrey Geisel. 5 is Drowns the Whiskey Natasha Day for Jack Moisev and Joanne Colville and Nancy McNevin and Bernard Muffrey and Robert Rabawa. And number 6, What a Way to Go, Scott Quiller for J.R. Plata, Michelle Latar, and Jean Hilaire. It's a field of 6, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field for race number 2. And, we're going to start with Adrenaline Rush. And, after that win here July the 27th when, I took this horse and things worked out well, you now have jumped on the bandwagon.
Well, I actually jumped on the bandwagon for that start. You were on the bandwagon the start before. You were a week ahead of us.
Oh, that's right.
And then you were still on board on July 27th. But we both cashed, so I kind of rode your coattails on this one, Gary. But that's okay, right? We like to share. So, Adrenaline Rush. Listen, I thought raced fantastic the night you were on him on July 20th, racing off time. And then, obviously, a nice victory the week following that. And then, last time, tough trip over at Georgian Downs against tougher company. And I think now should really enjoy getting back to the river. And what do you also get? James McDonald on the bike, the nation's leading driver. And I think he looks fantastic on the track right now. The problem is 1 to 5, but I think he deserves that designation. I thought that he'd be odds on in here, and I think he kind of stands out. That's why I singled him in the pick 5.
I love it that your memory is so good, but, you're only like about 30 years younger than me, so it should be. Number 1, Diamond Rock, inside post position. This is my top pick in here. I think this could be a good spot for Diamond Rock.
I agree with you. And by the way, just a reminder, I did forget the day of the week last week. Remember, I was recalling Wednesday night when it was supposed to be Monday night. I was recalling Wednesday night when it was Wednesday night, but I'm okay this week. I remember what day it is. Diamond Rock, I think, nose on the gate, pole position. This is a good spot for this one now, and we've seen a couple of nice efforts to finish third. Now, each of those was beaten by a wide margin. I mean, you go 2 back, almost 9 lengths back of Adrenaline Rush, so you can understand why one's 1 to 5 and one's 3 to 1 right now. But obviously, the rail control should help Diamond Rock tremendously here, and I'm hoping we see Tyler Moore try to push out of there, right? I mean, it's a horse that we've seen some speed before, but we haven't seen it in a little while, at least since that post 3 here at the river when he went wire to wire. So, again, hoping this one pushes out, maybe sits the 2-hole or tries to cut it. 3 to 1's probably the price you'd have to demand, though, when you're up against Adrenaline Rush. You beat him by a wide margin the last time they met.
Well, and it is that June 24th line that I am looking back to and hoping to see a repeat of and use this one on top. Number 4, Tough Son of a Beach, has been racing well, has been racing quite tough of late.
Yeah, this is a horse I think you've got to give a little bit of consideration to in here. 1 for 19 on the season, but has hit the board in 10 of those efforts. Also hit the board with frequency last season. Has been racing in non-winners of 18,000 life at Hanover. Once in a while taking on some pretty tough customers in that class, and then was tagged in an optional claim for 15,000 last time, and didn't get beat by too much by Rockabilly Cockshut at Clinton. So I think that Tough Son of a Beach is the type in here that you get a pretty good price on, and you want to use underneath in the exotics because maybe he's the one that can spice it up. I almost think maybe he's a bit of a win candidate, probably better than his 14 to 1 suggests, but I had a really hard time looking past Adrenaline Rush.
You know who I think might be a win candidate and a sleeper is Nelson Eddie Hanover. I thought he looked pretty tough here last time out.
Yeah, and I might be a week early on him, right? If you remember, I was enamored with him last time. I was all in on Nelson Eddie Hanover. I was hoping he'd cut that mile out. He ended up in a tough spot first over. Stuck around to finish 4th. I love the connections. I love Craig Barr as the trainer and Nick Boyd as a driver. I just couldn't get there tonight. But maybe I'm holding that last one against him because he meant so much to me, Gary.
Well, it's the Robert off angle. You got off and I got on for a second. I have Diamond Rock at 5-2, but you were on Adrenaline Rush and James McDonald at 1-2, the favorite. Taking up their positions, Diamond Rock, Nelson Eddie Hanover in the center. Adrenaline Rush and Tough Son of a Beach to the outside. Drowns the whiskey. And what a way to go. It's a field of 6. It's the second dash. And as Rob said, it's Wednesday night at the river. It is post time. Here they come. It's a field of 6, the second dash. Field for the second. At the start of the round, Diamond Rock and Adrenaline Rush. Tough Son of a Beach leaves on the outside. Those the first 3. And then it is Nelson Eddie Hanover. And what a way to go, and drowns the whiskey. Adrenaline Rush is able to rush out and get the lead, and Diamond Rock is going to rock the pocket. Tough Son of a Beach is third. Nelson Eddie Hanover fourth. And then what a way to go, and drowns the whiskey. They roll on to the opening quarter. Adrenaline Rush, the 3-5 favorite, has the lead, and Diamond Rock and Tyler Moore is just 2 lengths back of Adrenaline Rush and James McDonald. Tough Son of a Beach is racing third for Jason Ryan. Nelson Eddie Hanover, Nick Boyd is positioned fourth. Then what a way to go, and Scotty Coulter drowns the whiskey in that day. At opening quarter, 27-2. Adrenaline Rush leads as they charge on towards us, and in the pocket, Diamond Rock. And now here comes Nelson Eddie Hanover to brave it first over. Tough Son of a Beach is on the inside. What a way to go, is second from last. And trailing still, drowns the whiskey, 56-4. Lively half for Adrenaline Rush with Diamond Rock bravening up in the pocket. Nelson Eddie Hanover on the outside is first up, racing third. Tough Son of a Beach is fourth, and then what a way to go, and drowns the whiskey. And it is Adrenaline Rush, Nelson Eddie Hanover to the outside, working up a little bit closer, but Diamond Rock is still on the inside, maintaining second. They head up to 3/4. Adrenaline Rush, Diamond Rock, Nelson Eddie Hanover, 3/4, 125-4. And it is Adrenaline Rush. Here comes Nelson Eddie Hanover, getting closer now. Diamond Rock is racing third. Then Tough Son of a Beach, and what a way to go. On down the stretch drive they come. Adrenaline Rush is game in the lane. Adrenaline Rush is going to win. Diamond Rock was a closing second. Then Nelson Eddie Hanover and Tough Son of a Beach, 155-1. Adrenaline Rush was able to dig in nicely and still have quite a bit in reserve, I think, in the stretch, Rob.
I think he did too. I think James was playing a little bit of possum on that final turn, and you see when he comes off the turn, he kind of asks Adrenaline Rush for his best, or at least something close to it, and he wins kind of as these at the wire there. It was half a length, but I don't think that Diamond Rock was ever getting to him. But Diamond Rock did everything we thought, right? Got away well, sat in the 2-hole, and ends up finishing a solid second.
And then Nelson Eddie Hanover did race better, and Nelson Eddie Hanover did it kind of the hard way, and still was not that bad off of finishing third to a couple decent ones.
Yeah, and it's one we have got to keep an eye on, right? Because last time, first over a long way, ended up finishing fourth in a race where Twain Sealster won by a wide margin. This time around, much closer, same kind of trip, but kept grinding away, right? I know we both like that when a horse gets that trip and doesn't give in. Maintained his position too, held off Tough Son of Beach coming to the wire there. So I think Nelson Eddie Hanover is a nice addition to this class, and we'll see him probably get to the winner's circle pretty soon.
Well, it is Adrenaline Rush, and as expected. And, only reason why I got off is because I kind of thought this horse was going to be maybe even 1-5, and just didn't want a piece of 1-5. But Adrenaline Rush did warrant the 3-5 action. It's a 3-1-2-4, Rob, race number 2. And coming back in front of us, number 3, Adrenaline Rush, a 4-year-old of Royal Majesty Bay Gelding. owned by the stable, trained by Debbie O'Brien. More on James McDonald's the winning driver. It's the second win this year, fifth lifetime adrenaline rush. 155-1. The second race, payouts 3 adrenaline rush, 320, 280, 210, 1 diamond rock, 410, 330, 2 Nelson, Eddie Hanover 370, $2 exactor, $7, dollar tribe, $905, super 1810. Double of 1 and 3, $5.90. The second race, Order of finish 231456. That's 231456.
Well, we're favorite to start off the card, odds on in both those races. So many of us are likely still alive in this pick five wager, but it's time for the early pick four now with a guaranteed pool of $2,500, and maybe we'll see some bigger prices start off that sequence. Let's take a look at what I've mapped out in the early pick four this evening here at the river. And obviously, I'm gonna stay kind of true to my pick five wager, just too deep here in the opening leg in race number 3, and that's going to be Arcanum and Missy's Magic Man. I've had some people say that I'm overlooking Cascada in here, and that's the 5 horse at 3-1 right now. But a little bit surprised that Arcanum sitting at 3-1 and Missy's Magic Man at 7-1. But hey, I'm going to stick with those two. And then in race number 4, the OSS Gold, the first division of it for 2-year-old pacing fillies. I think it's a real competitive event. I'm going to go 4 deep with the 2, 3, 4, and 6. I do lean in the direction of the 6 Starlight Dancer. Just don't like the fact that she's got to work from out there in Post 6. And she hasn't raced since July 14th, but that nice qualifier in between. 3-6 in race number 5. Come on over. Hanover is my top selection. One that I think has a real nice chance tonight from an inside post with Trevor Henry aboard. Sicario, though, is a horse that I'm very fond of. I've picked him many times. Maybe I've got rose-colored glasses for that one, but I've got to have him on my ticket. So Sicario's on there as well, the 3 and 6. And then in race number 6, let's get a single Carson's Gouda. Carson's Gouda has been racing fantastic over this surface. She's won 2 in a row in this class. Post 3 should be no issue. She should be blasting out of there early. I think it's going to be real tough to beat Carson's Gouda in there. There are some additions to that race that might, give her a little bit of a challenge, but I think she's a single. So $3.20 for my early pick 4 wager, but I wonder what Gary Guy has in store for us in this sequence.
Rob, I'd rather use my time here if we could, just for a moment. And I want to say something about Jim Baker, who passed away just this past Sunday evening. And Jim had been in the business for about half a century, passed away at the age of 70. And just a mention about James Baker. And first of all, one thing, he had 24 brothers and sisters. That's amazing. And he leaves behind his wife Marion and his sons Leo and Bradley and daughter Ashley. And James Baker, that's 50 years in harness racing business and just a grinder that loved the sport.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thoughts and prayers certainly go out to his family, longtime horseman and someone who loved being at the racetrack. So thoughts and prayers to all those family members and people that are friends and family with.
Also
James
want to
Baker.
mention that there is a celebration of life that will be held at Pheasant Run Golf Course on Warden Avenue in Sharon, Ontario. It's this coming Sunday, August the 21st, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and with reflections at 4 p.m. So, and you can check that out this Sunday if you want to pay your respects to Jim Baker. Just a great guy that spent 50 years in the business of harness racing and, like Rob, just loved the sport. Rob, your pick 4 is in, and we have the pick 4 coming up in just a moment. Best of luck to you. We're about a minute away from the horses for the third race coming out on post. On post grade 1, Lucky Rascal, Brian DeRoche for Peter Brickman and Aaron Swainson Brickman. Number 2 is T.T. Conway, Doug McNair for Gaston Dumont and Franz Peterson. And 3 is Arcanum, James Madonna for Christina Anderson and Ken Weiss. And 4, Missy's Magic Man, Jason Ryan for Ron Corbett. And number 6, Sheena Soldier, Scott Quilter, Tim Cherwego, and Gary Green. And 5 is Cascada, Jonathan Drury for Tom Riley and Triple S Equine. And number 7, Shayport High Class, Greg Dustin for Ted Melchers and G for Stieg. Field of 7, race number 3. Shall we get a look at this field? And Rob, you're looking for a James McDonald back-to-back.
I am, yeah. And you know what? I just thought that Arcanum looked like the one that I wanted to be on in here. And you know, I'm not going to pick against James McDonald too much when he's got a decent horse with a good post to work from here at the river. And he's got Arcanum looking pretty good right now on the backside. Looks real sharp out there. And the victory here, 2 back, was a real good one. I mean, I wasn't really on his bandwagon on that occasion, but I'm jumping on now. Facing a little bit tougher tonight. I thought the effort at Mohawk Park in a pop-up series wasn't, the worst before that break in stride, and I think that this certainly looks like a group that he should be more than competitive against. And I thought the price might be, in the neighborhood of around 5-2 or 3-1. Right now, we're getting better than that, 4-1 on the board, and I'm okay to be backing Arcanum at that number.
Well, certainly pretty good value on one that we saw pretty dominantly here, and 4 wins and 8 starts in the year. But number 4, Missy's Magic Man, is one that definitely warrants regard. And I think you were on Missy's Magic Man last time out. Is that right?
I was, and I was a little bit disappointed. I'll be honest, because if you remember, I was kind of liking Herb's Journey underneath, and Missy's Magic Man was who I needed to get the job done. And then, of course, that rival went past before the wire to win by 3/4 of a length. And I thought Missy's Magic Man probably should have held on. He had the rail. He got fractions in his favor, and he just still kind of gave it up late. But he's still a horse that you can't just discount in here, because he's good enough to beat this group on his best day, and he's one that's loaded with early speed. I think he's going to likely blast out of there again. 9-2 is a much bigger number than I was expecting. I thought that they'd come for him again tonight and get in his corner wagering wise, but that's not happening right now at 5-1.
You like how I pretend that I didn't know that you took him last time out when he finished second. Number 5, Cascada. Jonathan Drury doesn't have a win yet in the last 12, but does have 8 lifetime and shows some speed.
Yeah, and this is one of the ones that some of the guys on Twitter reached out to say that they think I'm underestimating this horse tonight, and I might be. I mean, there's no question about it. Making the trip over from Mohawk Park, we've seen that be very successful, and this horse is 0 for 10 in the season, but has been racing in spots that should show he's more than competitive against this group. 2-1 for me is a bit of an overbet. I mean, post 5, isn't the worst spot in the world, but there is some speed on the inside, so I think this horse is going to have to make a move at some point in the mile. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to be betting too much at a short number on this one, but I do recognize he's got a chance.
One that's at a short number and definitely has a chance is to T.T. Conway. That was a big effort at Georgian last race. And now Doug McNair, who's, been proving himself all over the place, but certainly has been good here of late as well.
Well, I mean, that's the one reason why I do, like TT Conway, even though I put him in the 4th spot. But I do recognize he's got a big chance here. Doug McNair is aboard. First of all, Doug's an incredible driver at Mohawk Park, but we've seen him really dominate on a half, right? We saw it on Industry Day. He won the Battle of Waterloo on Sounds Good, did a fantastic job rating that one on the front end, and he just really, gets to these half-mile services where he really came up through the industry, and when he gets back there on the smaller track, he really dominates. So I think TT Conway has a chance. I think facing tougher than last time, and I was a little bit disappointed in his effort last time here at the river. So that's why I didn't get him in the top 2 in this race, but I do recognize he's got a chance. That inside post of Doug McNair certainly raises his stock.
Well, right now you are getting a nice little price in Arcanum at 5-1. That is the one that we both took on top, so we'll see if we're wrong. Is Missy's Magic Man is your second choice at 5-2, and now drop down to favorite status. It's a field of 7 taking up their positions. Lucky Rascal and TT Conway on the inside, and center Arcana, Missy's Magic Man and Cascada. And the outside, Sheena Soldier and J-Port High Class. It's a field of 7 for the third. And the third is at the start, and they're off. And TT Conway, Arcanum, Missy's Magic Man, and Cascada. Lucky Rascal on the inside, Sheena Soldier, J-Port High Class, and they work into the backstretch. Cascada is looking to cascade right up to the front. TT Conway second, Arcanum is third. Missy's Magic Man fourth, and Lucky Rascal, Sheena Soldier, and J-Port High Class, and Cascada. And Jonathan Drury's got the lead. Advantage a couple of lengths. TT Conway second, Arcanum is racing third, Missy's Magic Man fourth, and then Lucky Rascal, Sheena Soldier, and J-Port High Class, Cascada leads a length and 3/4 over TT Conway, and Arcanum is racing third. Then Missy's Magic Man off that 27-2 opening quarter. It is Cascada and JD with the front. TT Conway rides the pocket. Arcanum is on the inside racing third. Missy's Magic Man is going to work first over. Then Lucky Rascal, J-Port High Class, and Sheena Soldier. 57-3 the halftime, 30-1. Second panel breather. It is Cascada. TT Conway stalks from the pocket. Missy's Magic Man is on the outside racing first up. And Arcanum is still on the inside and is positioned fourth. Then it is J-Port High Class and Lucky Rascal. And back to the trailer, Sheena Soldier. They roll on to 3/4. Cascada leads it. Cascada has an advantage of a length and 3/4 over TT Conway. Missy's Magic Man is racing on the outside third and may have flattened out, and Arcanum needs some racing room. J-Port High Class is going to roll 3 wide, and then Lucky Rascal and Sheena Soldier, and they're about to turn for home. Cascada, TT Conway, Arcanum on the inside, on down the stretch route they come. Cascada, then TT Conway, and up the inside, Arcanum, TT Conway blasting up the inside to get there seconded between Sheena Soldier and Arcanum, but TT Conway 158 flat, got the trip and knew what to do with it.
Sure did. And, Doug McNair, we talked about it. Doug McNair does so well here at Grand River Raceway, and really on any half-mile surface, and any surface for that matter, but he just really elevates his game when he comes here. He put this horse in a perfect spot. He pushed off the gate, and right away, as soon as Arcanum took down to the 3-hole, I knew we were in trouble, Gary, because either it's going to be first up or going to be a trip where you kind of get locked in, and that's what happened to him. But TT Conway was opportunistic there when Cascada got a little bit leg weary late, comes up the passing lane to get the victory.
And actually, it was Arcanum was a good effort. Now there is we see Sheena Soldier just getting a second in front of Arcanum up the inside, but Arcanum couldn't really get any racing room till late when James decided to stay on the inside. One to certainly watch for next time again.
I think so, yeah. It's kind of like, it's an effort that he should be really brave off of. I mean, again, I think that obviously you tried to leave early, so you exert a lot of energy. When you end up in that 3-hole, it's really pick your poison, right? Do I go first up, or do I wait and potentially get locked in? He did that, but I mean, the horse ended up still finishing third and should be feeling pretty good about himself for next time. Yeah, it would have been maybe a different story if he was in the 2-hole there, because then I think he probably would have been the winner.
And I should mention that the inquiry sign is going up on number 2, TT Conway. As we saw the racing action at the top of the stretch, judges reviewing if TT Conway went inside of pylons, as it looked like Cascada kind of got very leg weary right there at the top of the stretch, and TT Conway had to quickly find some room up the inside because Cascada was kind of stopping in front of him.
Yeah, you kind of happened in a hurry too. It kind of looked like Cascada was going to be home and cooled, on the turn for home, and then all of a sudden, really short in stride, and that's when TT Conway kind of burst up the inside. So it'll be interesting to see what the result of this inquiry is.
I should mention that number 6, Sheena Soldier, who is at a very long price of 35-1, was the one that I used on the bottom of the top 4. Sheena Soldier, the post position didn't benefit him, but he really did race quite impressively here 2 races ago, and even last race was solid before just tiring late.
Yeah, and one that has done his best work on the front end, right now does so from off the pace. I like the humble brag there too, 35-1, and one that I picked underneath.
Well, you got to throw it in there because I don't get that many, so when I get one, it's got to be put up front and center. But we'll see if number 2 TT Conway stands, because then we would have a 35-1 winner with Sheena Soldier. But the inquiry pertains to TT Conway and action at the top of the stretch. And note the judges also checking for a possible pylon violation by number 3 Arcanum as well at the top of the stretch. As it pertains to the inquiry, the judge is ruling that both 2 TT Conway and 3 Arcanum are going to be placed for a violation of the passing a lane regulation, gaining an unfair advantage. Number 6, Sheena Soldier, will be moved up as the winner. The new top 4 is going to be 6752. Number 2, TT Conway, who got placed back to 5th, then moves up and places to 4th because 3 Arcanum first had to be placed back behind number 2, TT Conway, gaining an unfair advantage in the passing lane as well. So the new top 4 is 6752. That is your top 4. Note that 2 TT Conway first placed 5th for that violation and then placed up to 4th, and 3 Arcanum is third placed 2nd once the 2 gets placed, but then is placed back to 5th for that violation at the top of the stretch. The third race payouts, number 6, Sheena Soldier, is $79.10, $36 and $5.60. 7, J-Port High Class, $9.60, $3.60 of 5, Cascada, $4.10, $2 Exactor, $800.80, Dollar Try, $551.95, 20 cent Super, $3,528.66. The third race order of finish from the top is a 7. Then 1, place 5, place 4. Then 3, place 2, place 5. Then 6. Then a 5, place 4, place 3. Sheena Soldier, second, moved up to the win. And then on the bottom 4, place 3, place 2. So from the top down after the placing, 7, 4, 5, 6, 3, 1, 2. Fourth dash is up next. The first OSS Gold 2-year-old pacing fillies, a field of 8. Field for the fourth race on parade. 1, Birdie 3, Trevor Henry for Shane Barrington and John Farfaro. Number 2 No Soup Tonight, Doug McNair for Kamalas Yellow and Samuel Abdu. And 3 is Charming Vixen, Bob Clore for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing and Sue Vernon Smith and Mortgage Boy Stable. And number 4, Brindley Sealster, Jody Jameson for Jack Darling. 5 is Ashley Sweetie, Samuel Filia for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Number 6, Starlight Dancer, Jonathan Drury for Melissa Lamberou. Number 7, Drake Tata, Bo Brown for Jennifer Brown. And number 8, Bala, James Madonna for Peter Brickman and Aaron Swainson Brickman. It's a field of 8 for the 4th race, the first gold division. Let's get a quick look at this field. The fans love 6 Starlight Dancer, and so do you, Rob. Starlight Dancer is one that certainly has the cred. Qualified here August the 10th. Nice qualifier.
Yeah, it's hard, not to like Starlight Dancer. She's done a lot of things right so far. She was an easy winner in her lifetime debut at 85 cents to the dollar at Mohawk Park, and then raced really well in 2 previous gold divisions. I love the fact that she got a qualifier over this surface. She had the same post today, but obviously not, facing the likes of who she's in against tonight. So the big question is, how does she get away off the gate from post 6? But if she can, blast out of there to the early lead, I think, this field's going to have to do some catching.
Well, and that's a pretty impressive July the 14th, third beaten 3/4 in an OSS Gold. And Starlight Dancer 8-5. The question will be the fitness. Number 4, Brindley Sealster. We've seen this one on the half-mile track at Grand River.
Yeah, Brindley Sealster, is interesting to me because we've already seen her, post a couple of nice efforts over this surface. And I usually will look for ones like this that have already, done it in an actual race. And it was against, stakes competition, Battle of the Bells. Nice winner in her elimination. And I thought raced pretty well to finish 3rd in the final on Industry Days. So a little bit surprised she's not taking more support right now, sitting at 9-1 on the board. And I think that she's one that does merit consideration on here.
You know who I'm surprised isn't taking more support? I took number 2, No Soup Tonight, on top, and, well, Doug McNair. If Doug McNair wins here in this 4th race, well then, Rob, no soup for you. No Soup Tonight is one that comes off a good last race.
Yeah, I'm a huge Seinfeld fan, by the way. It's 2 things are like my, like screensaver in life. It's Seinfeld and harness racing, right? So in the background, you usually either harness racing's on or Seinfeld. So love the name of this one, No Soup Tonight. And, listen, first start for Carmen Occhiello. Hasn't raced in over a couple weeks, but nice effort last time to finish 2nd to St. Lad's Dark Angel. Hasn't raced at the gold level yet. That was the one knock for me and why, I didn't put this one higher in my rankings. Gotta love Doug McNair aboard. Does have early speed. Post 2, I think they'll be rolling early. I think that, she merits consideration. 5-1's probably the right price. I thought 5-2 was a little short in the morning line.
Number 3, Charming Vixen is coming in off of a charming win at Mohawk in 54-4. Good 27-second final quarter.
Yeah, it was. It was a real nice effort for Charming Vixen. And, 2 starts already at the gold level. Only a 5th to show in those 2 efforts, but I think she's one that's progressed nicely. Good post to work from. The type that I think will get around well here at the river. And 5-2, I think maybe a touch short. I think you want to get around 3 or 4-1 on Charming Vixen. A little bit surprised Starlight Dancer is actually not a lower price right now off of the paper she's coming in with.
And on the inside, number 1, Birdie 3. We saw this one here, and it was a decent effort. And Birdie 3 does get the inside. We'll see if Trevor Henry can get this one off the gate. I think he might be able to.
Oh, yes, and Trevor does not like giving up too many spots, especially from that pole position, right? When he has it, he likes to use it to his advantage. I think Birdie 3 is going to be firing out of there. And really, that's kind of what the big question is. How does it shake out in the opening turn? Can one like Starlight Dancer get down from post 6 to a favorable spot or to the lead, which I think that's where she's going to want to go.
Well, it is a field of 8. It is the OSS Gold 2-year-old pacing fillies. Number 6, Starlight Dancer is your top win, Rob, at 9-5. Jonathan Drury. And number 2, No Soup Tonight, my top choice at 9-2. Taking up their positions, Birdie 3, No Soup Tonight. Charming Vixen on the inside. In the center, Brindley, Silster, Ashley, Sweetie to the outside. Starlight Dancer, Trey Tata, and Bala. It's a field of 8. Race number 4. It's a field of 8 for the 4th race. OSS Gold Birdie 3 is broken stride. No Soup Tonight gets out well with Charming Vixen. Brindley Silster, Starlight Dancer is 4 wide, racing on into the turn. Ashley, Sweetie, Trey Tata, and then Bella is back trailing the field, but No Soup Tonight is put on the front burner. Charming Vixen is second, Brindley Silster third, then it is Starlight Dancer, Ashley, Sweetie, then Trey Tata, and Bella trailing the field. No Soup Tonight as they race their way on past the opening quarter. Advantages a couple of lengths. Charming Vixen second, Brindley Silter third, Starlight Dancer fourth, and then Ashley, Sweetie, and Trey Tata. And Bala is trailing 28-1 the opening quarter as they race their way off the turn. The Gold Fillies roll towards the half, and it is No Soup Tonight and Charming Vixen. And then Brindley Silter is going to come first over. And Starlight Dancer is racing second over fourth. Ashley, Sweetie to the inside, Trey Tata, and then it is back to Bala, and they race their way into the backstretch of a 58-3 halftime, 30-2 second panel breather for No Soup Tonight and Doug McNair. Brindley Silster is grinding first over, Charming Vixen on the inside. Starlight Dancer well spotted second over, but still about 2 1/4 off the lead. It is No Soup Tonight, Brindley Silster getting closer. Starlight Dancer is out there 3 wide, again emerging and is coming, but No Soup Tonight on the inside looks game still. Brindley Silster, Starlight Dancer now. Starlight Dancer is waltzing up to take the lead. 3/4, 127-3. Starlight Dancer leads the Gold Fillies to the top of the stretch. No Soup Tonight is rallying to the inside. Trey Tata kicking in late, and Brindley Silster on down the stretch rod they come. Starlight Dancer, they come on to the finish. Starlight Dancer, Trey Tata. Starlight Dancer wins it. Then Trey Tata 4 across the track for third. Starlight Dancer won 56-4. Got a second over trip, but still had to do a lot of work, Rob. It proved to be the best.
Yeah, she did prove to be the best, and you got to give some credit to Jonathan Drury. That was a real nice steer. I mean, you're blasting out from post 6, you get stuck 4 high. You've got to take back to the 4 hole. I mean, the big moment that worked in her favor was when Brindley Silster moved first over, and he was able to get spotted in a perfect second over position. And you got to still though like the way that she accelerated. I mean, not easy for a 2-year-old filly to move 3 high like that on the backside at Grand River, then sustain that move on the turn. Very impressed the way she drew off in the stretch there, and she needed it because Trey Tata was coming late. So we were right about the horse that could emerge victorious, but at the end of the day, some big numbers underneath.
Yeah, it looks like number 7, Trey Tata. Well, actually, Trey Tata was second. And then it's between Brindley Silster and Bala. We might be getting Bala third, but if not, at least Bala gets onto the ticket. Trey Tata, we do see that one was a good closer last time out, and one that, if things worked out, could get on the ticket.
Yeah, it's always tough to go to the 7 hole, but I mean, we like the horse, on top from post 6. I mean, if there's a lot of action early, the one like Trey Tata can get onto the ticket, and that's exactly what happened there. Finishing second, Brindley Silster did get third. A nice price too on that one at 8-1 with the experience over this oval, and Bala completing that super. We're gonna see some nice exotics here. We saw that actually in the first race, right, Gary? Odds on wins it. Prices behind, though, blew up the exotic wagers.
Well, and then the last race, the pick 5s went down the drain with that placing, and Sheena Soldier becoming the winner.
Yeah, definitely bombs away in the previous race, and we'll see how it pans out from here. Should be some nice pick 5 payouts.
Back in front of us, the winner of the first gold division, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Number 6, Starlight Dancer, 2-year-old Art Speak Bay filly owned by numbered company from Ottawa. Melissa Lambrew is the trainer. Jonathan Drury is the winning driver. Second win in 4 starts for Starlight Dancer, 150, 6-4. The 4th race, number 6 Starlight Dancer, $380, $290, $3. 7 Trey Tata, $760, $480. For Brindley Silter, $390, $2 Exactor, $73.60. Dollar Try, $158.60. Dollar Super, $1,115.40. Fourth race, Order of finish from the top, 87635124. That's 87635124. Field 4, race 5 on parade 1, Bastiano Scott Culver, Don Lindsay, and Bernie Barr. And number 2, Cloud 9, Hanover, Garrett Rooney for Lindsay Kerr and Jeffrey Mayhew. 3 is Come On Over, Hanover, Trevor Henry for Shane Barrington and Percy Elkins. 4 is Starlit Elmo, Gerard Demers for Triple S Equine. 5, Draven Hanover, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham and Steve Mihalik. Number 8, Charm, Bro Prince, James Madonna for John Breyer and Randy Breyer. And number 6, Sicario, always parades last. Travis Cullen for Richard Moreau and Pamela and John Heen. Sicario will be joining us shortly at his leisure. Let's get a look at this field, Rob, and we're going to start with number 3, Come On Over Hanover. Well, we didn't show this one a lot of love from post 7 last time up. That was a solid effort, but now gets the love here from post 3, 4 to 5.
Yeah, and got back down to even money on that occasion. But again, post 7 so difficult here. Overland for a lot of the trip and was closing well to finish third. Only got beat a length and a half to Herb's Journey and Missy's Magic Man. So I think that coming over Hanover now, getting towards the inside of the gates, and Trevor Henry aboard, it should be all systems go tonight. Looks real sharp on the track as well. I thought he was really hard to look past in here on the win end.
The 4 to 5 price really doesn't surprise me. Does it surprise you?
No, I thought that he'd be odds on, or even money in that range. I thought that he'd also be one that gets singled a lot in the pick 5, and that's, we see that kind of in the payouts, right? They're all paying really well, all things considered, but he is significantly lower than the others.
Number 6, Sicario. I didn't use this one on my top 4, mostly because I'm not sure how Sicario works it out, but I know that he can fire off the gate. But Travis Cullen's been hot, of course. Richard Moreau, a lot of talent. Post position 4 to 1.
Yeah, the post is tough, but I mean, we've seen him kind of come around them from that spot before. Travis Cullen should only help those chances. And, listen, Sicario can be a bit of a character, right? That's why he's always delayed in post parade, and you can see he's up on the bit tonight, as he usually is. I just think that, he's a horse you've got to respect in here because he's one that, typically performs well at this class. And, is even one at the preferred level. So I think Sicario is one that you can't overlook. 6 to 1 on the boards, probably the right price if you want to take a swing.
I should probably like Sicario because he and I think we have a lot in common. Number 1, Bastiano is one that I have liked in the past, and so have you. Inside post, this could fit him really nicely.
It can. It's one of those ones where I looked at it, and I'm typically a fan of this horse. Last time kind of did something that he doesn't usually do, which is go first over. It obviously didn't work out. He kind of pressured Missy's Magic Man before fading back to 7th at the wire. And really, this is now the ball's in his court. Pole position. He's a speed type. He does his best work on the front end. I just think he might be up against a pair that might be too tough for him. I think Come On Over Hanover is one that's progressing nicely, and we're going to see a big effort from him tonight. And Sicario is one that, is just kind of always been kind of try, tested, and true at this level. So I think Bastiano is one you've got to use for a piece. A win candidate, yeah, for sure, but at 2 to 1, that's too short of a number for me.
Well, my top 2, 3, and 1 are both getting bet down. I'd be willing to take a flyer on number 2, Cloud9 Hanover, because Lindsay Kerr often puts up the big numbers, and Cloud9 Hanover has been racing really well of late. This is not a reach. Shouldn't be 24 to 1.
No, I don't think so. And many people, when you talk to handicappers, will say that they'll never toss a horse coming off a win, especially when they're coming off 2 straight wins and moving up the class ladder doing it. So now this is definitely, another step up in competition. But Cloud9 Hanover is a horse that should be very confident right now off back-to-back victories. Post 7 last time at Dresden, and now you get post 2 at the River. A horse that does show speed as well. It could be busy. This front end could be busy on the early going. And Cloud9 Hanover might be able to sit kind of a garden trip and get a big piece of it. 24 to 1, a big overlay, no question about it.
Well, that's the other reason why I wasn't sure about Sicario, because I thought there's a fair amount of gate speed. I like the inside ones. Probably going to all drive out. Might stick Sicario in a bad spot, but I'll tell you, Cloud9 Hanover, Garrett Rooney's been putting up some decent numbers, and this horse has almost $300,000 a lifetime earned. That price holds at something like that. That's a nice little invitation.
Yeah, and you can take a shot, and it's almost like a throwaway wager, right, Gary? I mean, when you're betting 23 to 1, you can bet it, and as long as you get a bit of a run for your money, you can feel good about it at the end of the day. Sicario's a type though that doesn't need to have the front, right? He's one that I've seen many of his victories come from the first over position or even off cover. So I think he's a versatile type, and I think Travels will make that judgment call off the gate. And, as long as he behaves himself, I think he should make a good account of himself tonight.
And what's interesting? We didn't talk about 4 Starlet Elmo. We didn't, I took this one for 4th, but boy, that last race, parked up past the half and winning by 9 at Sarnia.
Yeah, post 7 there as well. And I mean, it's not often we don't talk about a horse that just won by 9 lengths early on when we're discussing these horses after the post parade. You know what? I thought it was a real good effort. I'm not sure how it stacks up against this group. I think this is pretty deep for this class, and I just thought that he's going to kind of get lost in the mix tonight. But would I leave him off the bottom end of the try and super? Probably not.
And by the way, I should mention 6 Sicario. We're waiting for 6 Sicario. He's kind of being himself, sort of. Any other last thoughts? 3 to 5 and Come On Hanover. How would you stack up a ticket here if you're looking if it's going to hold at 3 to 5?
Well, I mean, it's tough. You can't bet the horse to win at 3 to 5. I'd probably look to the exotics. You got me worried now about my character Sicario, but I'd be using him probably in the second and third spot in the try and trying to get a price in between them.
Well, I didn't mean to be questioning your character. I think that's established as pretty fine. Your handicapping, we're working on that. It's a field of 7, race number 5. Bastiano, Cloud 9, Hanover on the inside. In the center, Come On Hanover, Starlet Elmo, Draven Hanover to the outside, Sicario and Charmbro Prince. It's a field of 7. It is race number 5, the Nav Blue Patio Party Trot. Kitty up. Field of 7, race number 5. There at the start of the round, Bastiano, Come On Over Hanover, Draven Hanover, Sicario, Cloud 9 Hanover, Starlet Elmo, and Charmbro Prince is back trailing the field. Bastiano grabs the lead. Come On Over Hanover is racing second and wants to come on now and move up. Come On Over Hanover is challenging Bastiano for the front as those two have a bit of separation. Come On Over Hanover, 2 to 5 on the board, is going to make it to the lead and come on over to the pylons in front of Bastiano. Then about 5 lengths back, Draven Hanover third, Cloud 9 Hanover, Sicario is fifth, about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. Then Starlet Elmo and Charmbro Prince. 26 and 3, the opening quarter. Come On Over Hanover has got the front for Trevor Henry, racing second, Bastiano. And then it is Raven Hanover, Cloud 9 Hanover. Here comes Sicario working first over. Starlet Elmo follows Sicario to the outside. And then it is Charmbro Prince, 56 and 2, the halftime. And leading the way into the backstretch is Come On Over Hanover. Bastiano for now is holding on to second. Sicario third. Then Draven Hanover, Starlet Elmo. Back to Cloud 9 Hanover. And Charmbro Prince is still Come On Over Hanover. Sicario's getting a little bit closer. Bastiano to the inside is third. Off that 56 and 2 halftime at a 29 and 4 second panel, they roll to 3/4. Come On Over Hanover, Sicario, then Bastiano and Starlet Elmo. And they roll their way towards the top of the stretch, 3/4, 125 and 3. Come On Over Hanover of a 26 and 3 opening quarter might be weakening and getting closer is Sicario as the field turns from Bastiano third. Charmbro Prince now is getting into things from fourth. They come on down the lane. Come On Over Hanover and Sicario. They come on to the finish. Come On Over Hanover still was sharp to the finish. Then it was Sicario. And then we had Charmbro Prince finishing third and Bastiano fourth. 156 and 1. Come On Over Hanover was much the best. And also Sicario, your second choice, finishes second, Rob.
Yeah, I thought, Coming Over Hanover, definitely much the best. I mean, got tested early by Bastiano, and that one, one that usually, kind of battles on, kind of had to let go after, parking that one out through 26 and 3 and being closely attending 56 and 2 half. But Coming Over Hanover, we thought this one would be odds on tonight. The addition of Trevor Henry, certainly doesn't hurt things and went to the lead instead of having to race from off the pace. But yeah, Sicario, I got to be happy with that effort, right? I mean, first over, it's a spot that he's been in so many times, and he to me, he's one of the hardest working horses in harness racing. Every time I see him, he's out there giving his best. Might be a bit of a character at times, but that usually, performs pretty well out there.
Well, and also you mentioned doesn't have to race off the lead, can grind it, and that's exactly what he did. That was a pretty grinding effort. Sicario, full marks. I doubted Sicario. Well, I was wrong.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, right? Like he's kind of leaps and bounds better than the third place finisher in there, and I think that if you don't have come on over Hanover in the race, Sicario probably wins it in a rout. It's just kind of who you're matched up against, right? And had to face a better horse on this day, and thought maybe Bastien would be able to stick around for third. Ended up giving it up to Charmbo Prince in the late going, and pretty formful, really, I guess, this race, Gary.
It comes in a 3-6-8-1. Rolling back in front of us is number 3. Come on over Hanover. 4-year-old Sebastian K.S. Bay Gelding, owned by Percy Elkins, trained by Shane Barrington. And the winning drive to Trevor Henry. Second win this year, 5th lifetime. Come on over Hanover. 156-1. The 5th race payout, 3. Come on over Hanover. 280, 230, 250. 6 Sicario, 530 and 380. And 8 Chamber Prince, 350. Dollar pick 5, 5 of 5, 859.75. $2 exactor, 10, $10 try, 13.45. The dollar super, $31. The fifth race over a finish from the top, 461-752, scratch 3. That's 461-752, scratch 3. Field 4, race 6 on, parade 1, scratched. And number 2, Steely On, Doug McNair for Bud Sinclair and Lindsey Sinclair. And number 3, Carson's Good at Jody Jamison for Louis Gregg and Bill Carson. And number 4, Girl Scout Cookie, Jay Harris for Joe Pereira and William Johnston and William Gillen. Number 5 is Carnival Heart, Jamie Renault for Julie Walker and Darlene Carr. Number 6, Can't Stop the Feeling, Travis Cullen for Courtney Bishop. And number 7, Clover, Jason Ryan for Ken Hofacker and Larry Kelson and Robert Walton. And number 8 is Society Jill. It is James O'Donovan, Ben Hollingsworth. Let's get a look at this field. And we'll start with 3 Carson's Gouda. Dominant last amount. Parked early and, well, it just didn't matter, Rob. That was a fine performance.
It really was, and I was impressed by it. It was one of those ones where you thought maybe it wouldn't work out. Ended up getting parked and then sitting a trip on the inside. Burst through late though with all kinds of pace to win with ease, and has really won with ease in both of her tries at this class since coming back over from Mohawk Park. And I just looked at this field and said, well who's going to beat her? Who in here is going to step up and actually, be able to get the better of her? I don't know if they can. You get Jody Jameson in the bike tonight. I think they're going to be eyes will be on the front end, and the scratch of the one Bright on Betterby only helps the cause because now you're leaving from post 2 instead of post 3.
Well, I know you did go to Steely Dawn as your second choice, and Doug McNair with Steely Dawn at 7-1. Certainly, if you want to take a flyer on one to beat Carson's Gouda, you're getting a price and you're getting Doug McNair, and this one has some gate speed.
Yeah, and Doug really suits this mare because if you remember, Gary, this is one that, in her victory just a few 3 starts ago came on the front end. She blasted the lead. We were kind of surprised. Usually a trip type horse. That time she cut it out and she went the distance to score by 2 lengths. A horse that typically leaves out, sits, and gets a nice piece of it. And I think that Steely Dawn going to sit behind Carson's Gouda. That this could really bode well for her. Maybe she can challenge that one, but I certainly think she's the most logical one underneath. So 6-1 on Steely Dawn. I think that's a bit of an overlay right now.
Number 4, Girl Scout Cookie is getting second action on the tote board. You've been watching this one race at Mohawk. We see that one start here June the 20th. What have you thought about Girl Scout Cookie and what you've seen of her racing on the big track?
I think she's been okay. She's picked up minor awards right at the OSS grassroots level. It's tough to kind of match those up against this one. I mean, you'd have to like Quebecois, Raptors One, Girl of the Tavern, any of those horses in this field. But she's also been picking up minor shares, kind of following them around. I mean, she did go overland, in a couple of those trips. But for me, I looked at this race and said, if she takes money, I kind of want to be in a different direction, at least on the win end and for second, because I think she might end up being, the favorite exacta with Carson's Gouda, and maybe you want to try to get someone else into the play spot. That's why I went to Steely Dawn. So it's not that, I think that Girl Scout Cookie doesn't have a good chance in here. It's just that I think that there might be better options. And, the last time she did race here, at this level, I mean, she ended up finishing 4th. So I thought she would take the support she's taking right now as a second choice, and I was hoping to kind of fit someone else in between them.
And then number 8, Society Jill. Well, James McDonald was able to get a number 8, leaving out a post position 7 last race to get onto the ticket. Can he do it 2 races in a row?
I mean, I think she fits in here, right? I mean, you look at it, you have to think that she's one that should certainly be okay in here, and you look down and see that it was from the pole position, but she beat similar company by more than 6 lengths. Not too long ago on June the 20th. So post 8 is difficult, but now it's post 7, right? So 8 hole has been impossible this year at the river. Post 7, not so much, but it's still a tough task. So I thought Society Jill tonight, maybe James can work out a nice trip, but I think maybe a minor award still her ceiling.
Yeah, and raced here in that preferred 2 class. Now, that was July 11th and then missed a lot of time before that last start. But look at Ladies from Hell was the winner in that one. And look, also Society Jill came first up. So a lot of reasons to realize that Society Jill finished 7th, beaten 4.5 lengths in against much tougher. Still got to work out a trip from an outside post at 7-1. And there's number 6, Can't Stop the Feeling, not getting a lot of love at 21-1. But there is some overall talent there.
Yeah, made up decent ground last time to finish 4th. I mean, you got to like when a horse kind of gets shuffled back and then still, makes up ground in the late going. 31-1 on that occasion. 22-1 this time around. One that I think you can certainly try to get on the try and the super for some value. I mean, if you're a big fan of Carson's Gouda, you're going to need that, right? Like we saw in the first race and a couple others tonight. You're going to need those prices in behind to make it pay.
Well, right now it is Carson Scuda at 6 to 5, and you went with Steely Dawn, your second choice. That price is holding at 7 to 1. We'll see what the exactor probables are, but number 4 Girl Scout Cookie is dropped all the way down to 2 to 1. Steely Dawn, Carson Scuda on the inside. Girl Scout Cookie, Carnival Heart, Can't Stop the Feeling in the center. To the outside, Clover and Society Jill. It is a field of 7. Race number 6. Here they come. It's a field of 7 for the 6th race, the hump race on a Wednesday night at the river. Their gathering speed approaching the start. And they're off. And Carson Scuda, Steely Dawn, Girl Scout Cookie, and Carnival Heart. Then it is Can't Stop the Feeling and Clover and Society Jill. And right now, trying to drive up and get the lead, Carson Scuda. Steely Dawn is filling the pocket. Girl Scout Cookie is racing third. Then Carnival Heart, Can't Stop the Feeling and Clover, and Society Jill. Carson Scuda has the lead as they race on to the opening quarter. Carson Scuda, Jody Jamison, 1-5 on the board, leads it on past the opening quarter. Steely Dawn at 10-1 is racing second. Girl Scout Cookie is positioned third. Then it is Carnival Heart and Can't Stop the Feeling and Clover, and Society Jill has a look at things from the trailing spot. 27-3 the opening quarter. Carson Scuda's got the front. Carson Scuda, Steely Dawn, Girl Scout Cookie to the inside. Can't Stop the Feeling is first up racing fourth. Then to the inside, Carnival Heart, Clover to the outside. And Society Jill is trailing the field. 56-2 the halftime as they work their way on up and past the 5/8, and it is Carson Scuda leading it. Steely Dawn right now is second. First up comes Girl Scout Cookie. And then fourth is Can't Stop the Feeling. And Clover, Carnival Heart, and Society Jill. It is Carson Scuda. Girl Scout Cookie now is scouting the lead and is just a length and a quarter back and racing third. Steely Dawn. Then Clover is moved up to take over fourth, and then Can't Stop the Feeling. Society Jill is past one, and that is Carnival Heart. 3/4 1:24-2, and it is Carson Scuda. Girl Scout Cookie. Clover is flying late from third. Then Steely Dawn is backed up to fourth, and then Society Jill on down the stretch where they come. And it is Carson Scuda as they come on to the finish. Carson Scuda was good to the finish. Girl Scout Cookie was second. Then it was Clover and Can't Stop the Feeling to round out the top four. Carson Scuda 1:53-1. Got to the front and just kept on going, Rob.
Yeah, Carson's good. Much the best, Gary. You know what? Didn't really, slow down, look for a breather. Just kind of was out there and went, pretty legit fractions throughout before winning with ease at the wire. Jody Jamison straight to the lead as we expected. 1-5 on the board. I think she merited that respect in there and was much the best. I was trying to get Girl Scout Cookie beat for the second spot, but that was a mistake. Clearly the best of the rest.
Well, and Steely Dawn got the pocket trip, just wasn't able to hold on, and Girl Scout Cookie did it the hard way and still was a well-meant second.
Yeah, she did. She was first over a long way, like you said, well meant second. And I guess for Steely Dawn, the fractions, right? She's closely attending this time a pretty hot pace where, typically she's not, at the half behind a horse and, 56 and, 3 or 56 and 4. She's getting to go a little bit slower than that. So this time around, I think with the legit fractions being set on the engine, it was a little bit harder for her to stick around.
Clover actually raced it pretty well, and that's one to keep an eye on for next time out because that was a solid effort, 25-1. You won't get that price next time, I don't think.
I don't think so either, especially from a good post. So we kind of noted this horse last time, kind of flying under the radar at 9-1 at this level. First start for Ken Hoffacker, and I think that we might see this horse continue to improve. Right, Clover's been one that's a high percentage winner, so better post next time. We might want to go shopping there.
Back in front of us, the winner of race number 6, it is number 3, Carson Scuda. 4-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay mare, owned by Bill Carson of Listowel. Louis Gregg is the trainer. It's the 6th win this year. 8th lifetime. Carson Scuda, the winning drive to Jody Jamison. The sixth race payouts: 3 Carson's Gouda, 240, 210, 230. 4 Girl Scout Cookie, 410, 340. 7 Clover, $5. Dollar High Five, $391.20. $2 Exactor, $690. Try, $22.80. And the dollar win for $438.30. The sixth race order of finish from the top is a scratch 5127436. That's scratch 5127436. Field 4, race 7 on parade. 1, Frosty Trouble, Jonathan Drury for Tom Riley and Triple S Equine. Number 2 is Top of the Bar, George Catros for Mario Hebert. And 3 is Run Like Hill, Samuel Filya for Francis Guillemet. 4 is Patrick Hanover, Scott Clifford, Tim Cherwago, and Gary Green. And 5, Peter Crown, Jody Jamieson for Steve Watson. Number 6, Field Gunner, Trevor Henry for Jordan Sumner and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 7, Hot Fudge Sunday, Alfie Carroll for Richard Carroll and Angela Carroll. 8 is Clockwork Orange, James Madonna for Blake McIntosh and 30 Plus Stable. And number 9 is Fortune Teller's K, Talmore for Terry Gallant and Triple S Equine. Field of 9, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, I think you're kind of going against your principles. You've got Clockwork Orange from Post 8 as your top one. Explain it to me, Lucy.
Yeah, I thought you might say that, Gary. And you know what? I was even questioning myself when I sent in the picks because we know that Post 8s has been an impossible spot here on both sides of the gates. Trotters and Pacers, can't win from out there this meet. But I just thought that Clockwork Orange raced so well last time. And I'm jumping on the bandwagon, right? And we always say miss the wedding, don't go to the funeral. But, hey, listen, I'm all in on Clockwork Orange here. You get James McDonald aboard. She came back off a layoff last time off a vet scratch sick, and now back in a regular rotation. I just think that she handled this surface so well last time, and she kind of stands out in here. So I'm hoping she can beat a couple horses off the gate, and then find a way to get to the winner's circle. I just had a hard time going against her off her last effort.
Well, a lot of fans are willing to take post position 8 because a 5-2 lukewarm favorite. Now, Fort Patrick Hanover gets a better spot on the gate, and that was a really good race here last time out for Patrick Hanover to overcome the first up effort and win.
Yeah, it was kind of similar efforts, wasn't it? I mean, they were in different classes, obviously. One was known as a 60,000 life, one was known as a 40,000 life, but they were both, first up, and they both forged to the lead and then got the job done. Patrick Hanover was 58-3. Clockwork Orange was 58-2. Now, not that I really put a big emphasis on time because I don't, but I do think that this one now steps up to this level, whereas Clockwork Orange got the job done here last time. Now, she's down to 2-1, so getting down to a price that might be unplayable from out there. But yeah, Patrick Hanover I thought raced really well last time. That transition from Mohawk Park to Grand River, one that we've seen prove fruitful throughout the season. And I think he's obviously the main danger and probably the value right now at 7-2.
And one you can definitely use on the exactor ticket, or at least the top 3, is 3 Run Like Hill. Has some pretty big numbers and is racing consistently well right now.
Yeah, and he's kind of like Rodney Dangerfield, isn't he? He gets no respect. I mean, we thought last time he didn't get any respect. Went off at 7-1. Raced pretty well to finish second. I mean, I think that just got beat by a better horse on that day in Clockwork Orange. But now, she has to work from post 8. He has post 3, so that's a big edge for him. Whereas last time she had the rail and he had post 2. So, yeah, listen, I think Run Like Hill is the value right now at 8-1. I toyed with putting him on top again. I tried him last time, and 9-1 now. Wow, that price is going up and honestly getting more attractive, and to the point that I think he's almost a must play.
And 1 Frosty Trouble is my top one. JD on the inside. Don't discount this one's chances.
Yeah, I thought maybe he could have been a little bit better last time. He went to the front, got a breather, and then ended up fading a bit. I thought that this one would be able to fight off Clockwork Orange. That didn't happen. Ended up fading to third, but rail control this time around. Jonathan Drury aboard. I think we're going to see this one bust out of there and probably make a good account of himself.
And you know who I think the sleeper here is? Trevor Henry on Field Gunner, because Field Gunner has been racing really well. Battled hard from post 8 last time out. 7-1 on Field Gunner intrigues me. We'll see how it unfolds, but Clockwork Orange, post 8, 7-5 favorite, and I have one Frosty Trouble at now 4-1. It's Frosty Trouble, top of the bar, Run Like Hill on the inside. In the center, Patrick Hanover and Peter Crown. The outside, Field Gunner, Hot Fudge Sunday and Clockwork Orange. And the second tier, Fortune Tellers K. It's a field of 9. It's the 7th dash. Trotters for the 7th race in the stretch, gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the rough. Frosty Trouble will get out well. Peter Crown, Run Like Hill, Patrick Hanover, top of the bar and to the outside. Clockwork Orange is also driving early and has passed 3 horses. They race into the backstretch. Frosty Trouble, Peter Crown 3 wide. Run Like Hill is pressing on. Run Like Hill wants to come on now and clear to the front of her Frosty Trouble. And Peter Crown's going to try to find a seat. And top of the bar is on the inside, racing fourth. And Clockwork Orange was able to get by 4 horses off the gate from post 8 and now tuck in 5th. And then it is back to Fortune Tellers K, Patrick Hanover. Field Gunner now moves to the outside, and Hot Fudge Sunday trails the field. It is Run Like Hill at 10-1 who's got the lead. And Frosty Trouble now will race the pocket, and Peter Crown is third. Then racing position fourth as they come off the turn is top of the bar. Moving to the outside as they race off the turn. Here comes Clockwork Orange, and Clockwork Orange is racing on the outside fourth and is going to be first over. Now comes on to take over third. Peter Crown's racing fourth. Then Fortune Tellers K, top of the bar. Then it is back to Field Gunner, Hot Fudge Sunday, and trailing the field, Patrick Hanover, 59 the halftime. And it is Run Like Hill, Frosty Trouble, Clockwork Orange on the outside, getting closer, only about 2 1/4 from the front. And then it is Fortune Tellers K, Peter Crown is racing fifth. And then top of the bar, Patrick Hanover, Field Gunner. And then we've got Hot Fudge Sunday, but it's still Run Like Hill. Run Like Hill. Clockwork Orange is still grinding first over. On the inside, Frosty Trouble. And Patrick Hanover is coming on gamely and is flying up to take over fourth. It is Run Like Hill, and Clockwork Orange. Frosty Trouble on the inside as they turn for home. It is Run Like Hill, and Clockwork Orange. Clockwork Orange. Now post 8 has a win. Clockwork Orange, Run Like Hill, then Frosty Trouble and Patrick Hanover. 158 flat. You went against the post 8 stat and got it done, Rob.
Yeah, you know what? For a lot of that trip, I was thinking, wow, why did I do this to myself? But hey, it ended up working out, and really just credit to the horse, right? Clockwork Orange, I mean, the key was off the gate. She's got to beat, the horses, like you mentioned in the race call. She got ahead of 4 horses off the gate, and that gave her a chance to be able to get there from out there. Ended up, coming first over, much like last time, kept grinding them down until getting in front right before the wire. A game effort from a 3-year-old filly who I think, really likes it here at the river and is probably well suited for the half-mile surface.
Yeah, and really that was, as you mentioned, getting past that many horses and tucking in. At least when he makes his move, he's close enough, because that's the problem with post 8. You make your move, but you're too far back.
Yeah, exactly. And this kind of just, again, it just gave her the opportunity to be close enough to be able to go out there, first up. And she had to go pretty soon because, Field Gunner kind of forced her hand. He just as she settled in on the pylon, she had to come right back out. So she didn't get much of a chance to really ride on the inside. And, Run Like Hill, by the way, I mean, one that we said just gets no respect week after week. Runs second again at 10-1. That was a real solid effort from that trotter.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, 13 top 2 finishes out of 24 starts, and another one here. Run Like Hill should have been the one underneath Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I picked Run Like Hill third, but just on the value, I said that was almost a must play, right? Run Like Hill at that price, and certainly gave a run for your money if you played him at 10-1. But hey, Clockwork Orange with the nation's leading teamster aboard gets the jobs done.
Well, back in front of us, number 8, Clockwork Orange, a 3-year-old Resolve Bay filly. Owned by 30-plus stable and Blake McIntosh. Blake is the trainer, and the winning drive to James McDonald. 2 on the night for James. It's the 3rd win this year, 5th lifetime. Clockwork Orange in 158 flat. The seventh race payouts. Number 8, Clockwork Orange, 450, 340, 280. 3, Run Like Hill, 770, 381. Frosty Trouble, $3. Pick 3 is $8.10. $2 exactor, 43, $10 try, 77, $20 super, 249.60. The seventh race, order of finish from the top, 382, 497, 615. That's 382, 497, 615.
We finally have a winner from Post 8 here at the river for the 2022 meet. Clockwork Orange overcoming that tricky starting spot to get the job done as the favorite. And it was bet down for a horse that was having to leave from Post 8. But We move on now to race number 8. It is the second division of the OSS Goals for 2-year-old pacing fillies. It is also the start of our late pick 4 wager, and I love this sequence. I do. I'm going to play it really skinny, and I'll press that ticket quite a few times, no question about it, because here I'm going to go too deep, even though I do lean towards the 2 Save the Last Dance. This is a Millar Farms Galucci, James McDonald, killer combo horse that's been racing just fantastic in her first 2 lifetime starts, will now move up to the gold level. If she can take to this track, I think that she will give our Battle of the Bells champion, Big Big Plans, a run for her money. Big post edge in her direction, post 2. Going to use Big Big Plans as well, though, because I do have 2 singles to finish off this sequence. So 2-6 here in the OSS Gold division for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Race number 9, the 1, 3, and 4. Cranberry Bree's been racing fantastic and just been winning by as much as she pleases out there. But I am going to go use 2 others, because I think if you do get her beat, this could really pay anything in this sequence. So JMR Mockmel with Rail Control and JMac, and the 3 Sharia Moore, who was first over to that winner last time, and I thought raced really well to be the runner-up, albeit by 3 lengths. So 1, 3, 4 in the second leg, race number 9. Race number 10. We're going to single the 1, the Champ. Thought that he raced fantastic last time from that tricky starting spot in post 8. Kind of fitting that we just saw our first winner from there. And this one, a real solid effort to be third. Challenge for the lead around the final turn. And really, looked like he might get there to be the winner. Ended up getting beat just over a length and a half. But I think with Rail Control now, he now asserts himself as the one to beat in race number 10. And then in the finale, a single again, the 3 Layla Blue. She was loaded last time, folks, in the stretch. She found room late, finished third, beating the length of Wildcat Delight, but had all kinds of late pace. Jody Jameson aboard tonight. I'm hoping that she can go forward off the gate. If she gets good position, I think she'll be tough to beat in there. So I'm singling Layla Blue. That ticket, just $1.20 for a 20-cent wager. Let's see what Gary Guy has for us in this late pick 4 sequence.
Well, I'll stay with the $1.20 format. So I think you're right in race 8. It's a 2-horse race, and hard to tell which one of those 2, but it's those 2, Save the Last Dance and Big Big Plans. And in the 9th race, well, I'm willing to just say Cranberry Brie and forget trying to have others in there, because I'm going to use 3 in the 10th race instead. The Champ, Angel with Attitude, and I want to take a flyer on 5, All Our Wishes, and Jody Jameson for Paul Cameron. So 1, 4, and 5 in the 10th. And in the 11th race, I'll go single, but not Layla Blue. And I understand, Layla Blue, your thoughts there. I still want to come back to State of Mind as the single in the 11th race, $1.20.
All right, well, there you have it. We're both spending the same, but very different. So same but different. We both can't be winners tonight, and we got a different approach in the middle sequence and a different single at the end. But you want to, add, subtract as you see fit, folks, as you're mapping out your winning wagers for this late pick 4 sequence. You've got 1 minute until the horses will be coming out onto the track for this second of 2 OSS Gold divisions for 2-year-old pacing fillies. We'll come back after the post where I take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
Field 4, race number 8 is on parade. Second OSS Gold Division, 1 Lions Better Day. Jonathan Drury for Anthony Beaton, and 3 Lions Racing. Number 2 is Save the Last Dance, James Madonna for Nick Galucci and Miller Farms. 3 is Face the Shadows, Jay Harris for Bill Budd and Dean Marson's Stable, and Frank Cirillo and Bill Budd. 4 is Control the Last Dance, Doug McNabb for Craig Bars and Norko Sokolovic. 5 is Becca Mitchell, Jody Jameson for Jason McGinnis, and don't worry about his stable. Number 6, Big Big Plans, Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Martin Stables and Dave Boyle. And number 7 is Freshen Up, Louis Waugh for Chantel Mitchell. Field of 7 for the 8th race, second OSS Gold Division. And let's get a look at this field. And, well, all the cappers except for Ontario Racing going with to Save the Last Dance despite big plans and what we saw here winning the Battle of the Bells. But Save the Last Dance, James McDonald, Nick Gallucci, I guess you could take that on top, Rob.
Combination, right? They've had so much success, especially with these younger type horses, and Save the Last Dance. Gary, she's I'll use this word. I don't use it often. She's been breathtaking in her 2 starts so far, winning from off the pace at Mohawk Park, Overland for much of her last journey before winning with ease. So at the OSS grassroots level, this is now the gold. So obviously stepping up in competition, but she's also the fresh horse, right? So she hasn't raced since July 25th. She only has 2 starts. Solid qualifier, though, in preparation for this start. And I just think she might be the now horse in this division and might be tough to beat. But we got to understand, will she get around a half, and can she go forward off the gate? So there are some question marks. But from what I've seen, I don't want to go against her.
And certainly finished up that qualifier 26-3. Number 6, Big Plans. Well, you certainly have to respect this one. We saw this one here win the Battle of the Bells. 4 wins in just 5 starts, 3-2. A very strong second choice.
Yeah, 4 victories in a row, should be brimming with confidence. 2 wins at the gold level already. Obviously dominant in her elimination for the Battle of the Bells, and was really put in a tough spot on the final turn in the final. Was interfered with, and Trevor even mentioned in the post-race interview, that he thought that he might be in a bad spot before, kind of getting clearance and chasing down Glenborough, who had a big lead in the stretch. So you've got to respect her in here. She's got post 6. I think it's a 2-horse race, in my opinion, and I'm going to give the edge the other direction. But would I be surprised if Big Plans wins? Absolutely not.
Well, often we talk about when you have 2 big favorites, somebody manages to split them on the tote board. Could that be 3 Face the Shadows?
Yeah, Face the Shadows. You look at the paper, and you see there was obviously a defeat at the Prospect Series, which you'd say, okay, well, how does that now map up against the gold level? But that last effort at Georgian Downs was incredible. 55 flat, won by as much as she pleased, and now she gets that inside starting spot, and she's got early foot off the gate, so she can get situated early. Maybe she sits a favorable journey and then gets a piece of it. This is obviously a huge step up in competition, a big test, but I liked what I saw in that replay at Georgian Downs.
And then one more to possibly maybe be the one to sneak there would be One Lion's Better Day, because, well, we got to see what this one could do with post position 1 July the 25th, and unfortunately in the Battle of the Bells final drew post position 8.
Yeah, I think that this is the overlay, right? 22-1, and she was odds on in her elimination for the Battle of the Bells, had the pole position, got caught by a nose by Shake It Twice, and then post 8 in the final of that race, no real chance. And did try a wide move late, but obviously it didn't pan out for her. She now goes right back to the pole position. She's 24-1. I wouldn't leave her off my trifecta in Super.
And one that is getting a little bit of love at 7-1 is number 5, Becca Mitchell, Jody Jamieson, Jason McGinnis, and is one that we did see race here. It didn't go very well in the Battle of the Bells elimination. Outside post, though.
Yeah, it was post 7, and has since come back, and you got to win over Northfield. So, maybe we see her come out with a better effort today. I think that she's kind of in a tough spot because she's got a horse that's going to be leaving out on the outside of her, and obviously there's going to be some speed to the inside of her. So, not sure what the trip scenario is going to be for her, but if she got a piece of it, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the tote board does suggest that it is a 2-horse race. We both have number 2, Save the Last Dance, James McDonald for Nick Gallucci, but 6 big plans on saying, no. I won 4 out of 5 starts for a reason. I'm pretty fine. We'll see which way it goes. 4-5 against 3-2. Of course, 5 other horses in this race as well. Field of 7, the second Gold Division, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Lions Better Day. Save the Last Dance on the inside of the center face. The Shadows control the distance, and Becca Mitchell to the outside. Big plans and freshen up. Field of 7, 8th dash, second Gold Division. Here they come. It's a field of 7 for the 8th race. There at the start of the rough, Lions Better Day control the distance and big plans to the outside. Then Save the Last Dance is on the inside end of the front 4, and now presses on through, and now is going to grab second. Control the distance, goes off stride, and now Save the Last Dance wants to waltz right up and get to the front, and Save the Last Dance has got the lead. Lions Better Day is racing second. Face the Shadows third. Big plans got impacted a bit by Control the Distance and the break in stride. And now Save the Last Dance had some problems on the lead. Swung out and now is back down to the inside. Save the Last Dance has got the front. Leads it by about 3 lengths, and big plans to come on to get second. Lions Better Day third. Face the Shadows racing fourth. Then Becca Mitchell and Freshen Up and Control the Distance after that break in stride is back trailing the field. 28 seconds the opening quarter. And they race their way on up to the half off that 28 seconds, and Save the Last Dance has got the lead. Halftime 56-2. Big plans is second and is closing on Save the Last Dance. Is about 2 1/4 back, racing third. Lions Better Day. And then it is Face the Shadows and Becca Mitchell and Freshen Up. Save the Last Dance. Big plans is striding up now a length and 3/4 back, but Save the Last Dance now looks fine on the lead. And big plans is racing second. Lions Better Day now is moving. Lions Better Day at 35-1 is in search of an upset. 3/4 125-2. Save the Last Dance. Lions Better Day. Big plans. Becca Mitchell is kicking in late and is sent out 3 wide. Then Face the Shadows and Freshen Up. They turn for home. Save the Last Dance and James McDonald. Big plans up the inside. They come on down the stretch ride. Save the Last Dance and flying late is Becca Mitchell. Save the Last Dance wins it. Becca Mitchell was second. Then third goes to big plans, and then it was Freshen Up. But Save the Last Dance 155 with the inquiry sign posted. But Save the Last Dance still managed to get home in front. We'll see if that can stand.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to stand. I mean, it was pretty wild there, Gary. I mean, she was pacing so fast. I mean, I couldn't believe how quickly she came out of the hole and accelerated past the leader, in the early stages there. And I think she just started overpacing herself, and then she made that miscue. And it's not often you see a horse, get taken out to the center of the track like that and still come back down with the lead and then go on to win. So no matter what, it was an incredible effort by Save the Last Dance.
And we can mention that is what the inquiry pertains to, that the break going to the quarter where Save the Last Dance then moves to the outside, as you mentioned. We talked about if you can split the top two, Save the Last Dance and big plans. Well, Becca Mitchell said, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, she raced really well to be second there, and one that had a tough post in her elimination for the Battle of the Bells, but had shown some ability before that, and then certainly had a nice effort at Northfield Park in Ohio after that, and then prepped nicely with a qualifier as well, and looked good to go tonight. We got that price in between the two favorites if this result stands.
Number 6, big plans, also had a little bit of road trouble going to the quarter when Control the Distance went off stride and cost a little bit of momentum there.
It did, because trying to leave out, and then a horse, in the inside, he makes a break and sends you kind of wide, and then you're forced to kind of take a hold and look for a spot as opposed to driving on, and that's what happened to big plans. But ended up still, getting into a pretty good position and had every chance to really get past the eventual unofficial winner, Save the Last Dance, and ended up fading to third at the wire.
And Freshen Up rounds out the top 4. We're just waiting to see number 2, Save the Last Dance. 2, 5, 6, 7. But Save the Last Dance certainly looked really strong, though. Yeah, the break, but looked like the better one in the race based on what you saw. Is that how you saw it?
Oh yeah, I'm much the best, no matter what the result of this inquiry is. She was much the best, and the thing about it too is that she's still learning, right, Gary? It's her third start of her life, first time racing over a half, so she's still learning, and I think that when she gets this all figured out, we're going to see some amazing things from Save the Last Dance.
It comes in at 2, 5, 6, 7. The inquiry sign up on number 2, Save the Last Dance. Fans note the judge's ruling the number 2 Save the Last Dance did not violate the breaking regulations and will stand. And there is a look at number 2 Save the Last Dance, 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Miller Farms, trained by Nick Gallucci. James McDonald, 3 on the night for James McDonald, winning with Save the Last Dance in 155, 3 for 3 lifetime. Eighth race payouts number 2 Save the Last Dance, 290, 240, 225. Becca Mitchell 720, 386. Big plans 240. $2 exactor $1640. $1 try $1635. $1 super $74. Ninth race up next. Fans note claim entered for Cranberry Brie. Field for the ninth on Parade 1. Jammer Mockbell, James Madonna for Harold Wilson and Gemma Racing. Number 2 is Siboney, Brad Rush for Kim Smith and Seymour Hill. 3 is Sharia Moore, Travis Cullen for Jared Mann. And number 5 is High Rolling, Jonathan Drury for Tom Riley and Steve McGill. Number 6, Ward Diamond, George Ketros for Mary Ketros. 7's Runaway Eras, Jody Jameson for Courtney Bishop. And we're waiting number 4, Cranberry Breed, Louis Bois for Luc Loyer and Victoria Loyer. It is a field of 7 for race number 9, as we're just a few minutes away from post time. And now just coming on to the track is for Cranberry Brie. Let's get a look at this field. First, we'll start with number 3, Sharia Moore, and Travis Cullen for Jared Mann and Sharia Moore. Well, Rob finished his second last race, now beaten 3 by Cranberry Brie.
Yeah, beaten by 3 lengths, but it was a good effort first over, right? Claimed out of that race now by trainer Jared Mann, and obviously he's got some big time numbers this season. You get Travis Cullen aboard. Travis is doing great things here at the River, and I just thought that it was a rock solid effort from this mare last time. And if you're going to try to get this pick, 4 sequence to pay or anything to pay in this race, you've got to try to beat Cranberry Brie, and I thought maybe tonight's the night. Sharia Moore, one that if you're going to try to beat her, maybe a direction you want to look in. 6-1, I think, is value right now on that one.
Well, there is for Cranberry Brie, and it's awfully tough to go against Cranberry Brie because dominant the last 4 wins in a row.
It is, yeah, and just absolutely crushing the competition here at Great River recently, and before that at Georgian Downs. She's won, 5 of her last 6 overall, and done so by a wide margin. And there's 5 claims in on her tonight, so I mean, it's not just the bettors that are intrigued by her. I mean, everyone wants to have this one in their barn just because of the way she's been racing and the fact that you can go in this class and maybe continue to dominate, or maybe she's even worthy of going elsewhere against tougher. But 3 to 5 on the board, Gary. There's nothing overly fun about that. I couldn't really pick against her. I probably should have. I was going to go 3 deep in my pick 4, but obviously she's the one that commands respect in here.
And just one thing to throw in, 2 on 3, Sharia Moore. I was looking back. Travis Collins won 30% of his starts driving this year up till about 5 or 6 days ago. And the numbers probably are holding at that because he's been winning since. Others, number 1, JMR Mockmel gets the inside, and James McDonald maybe could be dangerous, 4-1.
Yeah, that was one of the angles on this one. Last time you got post 8, and she rallies to finish 4th at 25-1. And she was repriced in that effort down to 8,500. I did take on condition claimers before that, so to me that wasn't a drop. But her competition before that was significantly tougher. And now you get J-Mac in the bike, so you get the all important pole position, J-Mac, and if she's a bit closer this time, I wouldn't be surprised if she can make some noise in the stretch and maybe get there, or at least get into a good placing at the wire. The problem for me right now is I thought she'd be a better price than 3-1. She's taking a lot of support right now.
Well, and JMR Mockmel came from off the pace from post 8 last race. Well, High Rolling came from off the pace from post 7 and finished 3rd, and yet High Rolling is 13-1.
Yeah, High Rolling, I think is one that, again, another, if you're playing exotics and you're just going to say, hey, they can't beat Cranberry Brie, you've got to put High Rolling somewhere underneath. And if you're trying to beat her, she's one that does, merit consideration. A pair of 7s in her last 2, one at Kawartha, one here at the River, even post 8 before that at Kawartha Downs. And she's hit the board in each of her last 2. And last time Overland for much of the mile before, claiming the show spot. I thought it was a decent enough effort. And she's got the credentials. In the past 23 wins, that she can be more than competitive against this group. And it's going to be tough to beat Cranberry Brie, but I think those are probably the main dangers.
Well, it is a field of 7 with Cranberry Brie sitting at 2-5 on the board. As the field is moving in, taking up position, Jammermock Mel on the inside with Siboney. In the center, Sharia Moore, Cranberry Brie, and High Rolling. And on the outside, it is War Diamond and Runaway Heiress. It is a field of 7, ninth dash on a Wednesday night at the river. It's a field of 7. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're at the start end. They're off. Cranberry Brie will lead with Siboney and Sharia Moore. Jammermock Mel. High Rolling Runaway Heiress and War Diamond into the backstretch. And Cranberry Brie wants to come on and clear to the front and is going to do so. Cranberry Brie has the lead for Louis Bois. Siboney is right there in the pocket. Sharia Moore is third. And then Jammermock Mel in front of High Rolling and Runaway Heiress. And War Diamond trails the field. Cranberry Brie 1-5 on the board. Cranberry Brie is rolling along on top, 28-1 the opening quarter, and Siboney is in the pocket, and Sharia Moore is 3 off the lead third. Jammermock Mel's racing fourth, then High Rolling, Runaway Heiress and War Diamond, but Cranberry Brie is getting things her own way as they race off the turn. Off a 28-1 opening quarter, looks for a second panel breather. Nobody's flashed to the outside just yet. Well, now here comes Sharia Moore working. Halftime was recorded in 58 seconds at 29-4, second panel, and it is into the backstretch for Cranberry Brie. Sharia Moore grinding first over and has come on within just about a length off the lead. Jammermock Mel broke stride. Siboney is racing third. High Rolling is rolled up now to take over fourth, and then Runaway Heiress and War Diamond, and they hustle on to three quarters. Cranberry Brie, Sharia Moore is inching closer, is only a head off the lead. It is Cranberry Brie and Sharia Moore. Three quarters, 1:26-2. Cranberry Brie on the outside. Sharia Moore is trying to take down the heavy favorite. Sharia Moore and Cranberry Brie are going at it. Siboney is racing third, and High Rolling is racing fourth. Cranberry Brie is hanging tough on the inside, but Sharia Moore hasn't gone away. On down the stretch drive they come. Cranberry Brie and Sharia Moore, they're going to fight to the finish. Sharia Moore wins it. Cranberry Brie was second. Siboney third, and High Rolling fourth, 1:55-2. Sharia Moore at 5-1. And Rob, you decided to add a couple extras for your pick four here, take three horses, and it worked out with Sharia Moore as the one that you thought was the most likely candidate to get it done.
Yeah, you know what, Gary? I mean, I deserve to take some criticism because if I'm going to try to beat her in the pick four, I should have put this one on top. And my apologies to everyone for that one, but at least we're still alive with that pick four and a big knockout, getting a 1-5 shot beat. I mean, Sharia Moore, we said last time, first over a long way, raced really well. Now, first start off the claim to Jared Mann and Travis Cullen, who's done such a fantastic job here and beyond, really, but really been, racking up the wins here at the river. 5-1 on this horse. I think that's a nice price, a good overlay, and just gets the measure of Cranberry Brie in the shadow of the wire.
Well, I mentioned that he had a 30% win rate here this year. That's really outstanding because this is not an easy driver's colony. There's a lot of talent here, and yet Travis Cullen adds to that right here. And also the half was, a nice enough breather, 58 in a mile that goes 55-2. It's just that Cranberry Brie got beaten by one that just kept on trucking.
Yeah, and that's really, at the end of the day, right, they can't go out there and win every start. So you've got to kind of pick your spot. And that's why, like I said, in the pick four, I thought we might want to spread out here, try to beat a favorite. And that's what happened. You end up getting a 5-1 on top here, beating the 1-5. Siboney, by the way, raced really well last time for this barn. Probably should have had her in the top four. Ends up finishing third at 45-1.
Well, and was able to get a trip too. And that was a key. Got inside post and got away well. Back in front of us is number 3, Sharia Moore. 6-year-old Mach 3 bay mare, owned and trained by Jared Mann. Travis Cullen with the winning drive. It's the 6th win this year. 9th lifetime, Sharia Moore. 155-2. The 9th race payouts, 3, Sharia Moore. 1240, 340, 394. Cranberry Brie, 220, 260, 270, 880. $2 exactor, $27.80. Dollar try, $127.35. Dollar super, $462.55. Ninth race order of finish from the top. 7-3-1-2-4-6-5. That's 7-3-1-2-4-6-5. And the claim of Cranberry Brie. The new owner, Robert Bernicki, and the trainer, Francis Guillemets. Field 4, race number 10 on parade 1. The champ Trevor Henry from Meg Crone and Caroline Holiday. Number 2 is Ray Frankie, Scott Quiller, Brigade Tabera, Luke Albrecht. Number 3 is Show Me Some Muscle, Nick Boyd for Courtney Robson. Number 4, Angel with Attitude, Jason Ryan for Ron Corbett. And number 5, All Our Wishes, Jody Jamieson for Paul Cameron and TJ Stables. And number 6, Aoki Tullamore for Kyle Bossens and All Star Farms. And number 7 is Rubble on the Double Alpha Carol for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. Well, it's a field of 7, race number 10. Let's look at this field, and everybody's in love with the Champ finally getting a post position. Trevor Henry driving for the strong barn of Mick Crone, and I think we're all on board. 1 to 2, pretty short, but not surprising.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. This horse is taking a ton of support. You also get Trevor Henry aboard. And again, you look at the post, Gary. I mean, it's not just last time. It was 8, 6, and 7. Each last 3 hit the board on each of those efforts. And last time was particularly good. Got away 5th, came first up, and really grinded a long way. Almost got his nose out in front before settling for 3rd on the end of it. And now with rail control, I think the champ's going to be difficult to beat. And love the addition of Trevor Henry. Horse, I believe, named after Conor McGregor, champ.
Well, there you with all of that information. That's why we have you on the show. You're just chock full of info. How about some info on 4, Angel with Attitude? You know, I could see a person having a little attitude with this filly and saying, I'm going to take her on top.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that decision, because obviously last time, she raced really well from off the pace. We kind of noted that probably didn't race, as well as she probably should have the time before that here at the River, racing on the front end and disappointing as the 3 to 5 favorite, and then raced much better when chasing last time. She found a helmet and came into the race and just missed by 3/4 of a length of Royal Leaf and really turned into good efforts. So I think we will probably see those chasing tactics again tonight. 3 to 1 on the board. That's probably the right price if you want to try to beat the champ, and likely the most dangerous one to get the job done.
And I'll chime in that Ricky, Bobby, Jason Ryan has 8 wins in the past 3 days. He's got 3 at Georgian Sunday, 2 here Monday, and 3 again last night. So Jason's rolling. How about number 5, All Our Wishes? Winner a couple races ago. If you bet this one on top, you got your wish. But boy, last race here didn't work out.
No, it didn't work out last time. And listen, it's kind of a really pretty big jump up and down in class, right? So wins and non-winners of 1-2 back at Georgian Downs, goes all the way to non-winners of 40,000 last time here at the River. Now finds that happy medium, hopefully, for All Our Wishes in a non-winners of 20,000 life. So obviously on that drop down in classification, this one has a right to be more competitive, but I still think it's a big step up from her victory at Georgian Downs. But I do know some that were on this one at Mohawk Park 3 back, and even at Georgian 4 back. So I know that she's got some fans out there, and that's why she's 6 to 1 right now. And she might even, that price might shorten up come post time.
Now, would it be cheeky of me to say that you took Aoki last time out and I took the winner Royal Leaf? Is that bad on my part?
No, it's okay. You're allowed to bask in your glory, Gary. That's all right. I'm okay with that. And you know what? I'm sure you would love it if Aoki won this time, because there's a big Robert off angle with Aoki here, right? Because I love this one last time. Now you get second start Kyle Bossens and second start back, off a layoff. And I'm off the bandwagon, which I probably shouldn't be. I probably should come back to this one, but I think that the champ just looks too tough in here.
Yeah, and Aoki has certainly excuse now. Comes back 7 days later, and certainly you had your reason for taking this one. The trailer post was tough and just couldn't get away well. Aoki and Tullamore for Kyle Bossens. We love that barn, and this is one that did flash some ability in La Belle Provence last year. Aoki is 17 to 1 on the board, and we should mention the champ has dropped all the way down to 1 to 5. So you would assume if you're going to go against the champ, is it Angel with Attitude?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get this pick 4 home, right? So I'm not going to try to go against the champ. I'm going to stay aboard. I can't bet 1 to 5. I guess if you're trying to beat the champ, you'd look to Angel with Attitude, maybe All Our Wishes. But I mean, to be honest, Aoki, I took him at 8 to 1 last time. You mentioned it back in the regular rotation, 16-1. So if I was really going to say, okay, I'm going to try to beat the champ, I might look to Aoki right now at a bigger number.
Did you really take Aoki last time? I forgot all about that. I'm just a bad boy. I can't help myself. Field for race number 10, taking up their positions, the champ. And hooray, Frankie on the inside. In the center, show me some muscle. Angel with attitude and all our wishes to the outside, Aoki and Rubble on the double. Field of 7, race number 10. It is post time. It's a field of 7 for the 10th race. They're into the stretch drive. Gathering speed. Here they come. Giddy up. They're at the start of the rough. Show me some muscle. Shows early muscle, all our wishes. The champ on the inside is third away. Then it is Hooray Frankie, an Angel with attitude at Aoki. And Rubble on the double. All our wishes now. Wished for the lead and got it. And Show Me Some Muscles racing second. The champ. And Trevor Henry is third, but right now is about 7 lengths off the lead of all our wishes at 11-1 with racing second, Show Me Some Muscle at 25-1. The champ is racing third. The 1-5 favorites about 8 lengths off lead, 28-3 the opening quarter. Aoki now starts to work to the outside. Hooray Frankie on the inside. Then Angel with attitude and Rubble on the double is back trailing the field as they race their way off the turn, and the field comes on towards us. But right now it is all our wishes and Jody Jamieson who's got the lead. The advantage is about 2 1/4. Show Me Some Muscle second. The champ third. And Aoki is racing position fourth. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Back there position fifth right now is Angel with attitude. And then Rubble on the double. And Hooray Frankie is back trailing the field. But All Our Wishes still has the lead. All Our Wishes at 11-1. That lead is holding at about 2 3/4 lengths. Show Me Some Muscle second. The champ third. Heavily favored still has plenty of work to do. Is about 5 lengths off lead. Getting a bit of urging taken to the outside. And Aoki is racing fourth. Scooting through to the inside. Angel with attitude. Now here comes the champ. Racing from third and coming quickly. 3/4 is 1:28-2. All Our Wishes. The champ is second and closing. Show Me Some Muscle third. Angel with attitude now is flashing some late attitude on down the stretch drive. They come. All Our Wishes. The champ on the inside. All Our Wishes. All Our Wishes. The champ might have gotten there. It's close between those two. Angel with attitude and Show Me Some Muscle. 159-1. It'll be interesting. The champ was flying up the inside, and in the center of the track was All Our Wishes. But Christine is basically telling us with that camera shot that she thinks it's All Our Wishes, and she's probably right.
Yeah, I thought so too. Unfortunately for my pick 4 ticket, needed a 1-5 shot, and I don't think he got there. I don't know. I'm not going to try to call that photo. I'm not that good, but we'll get a better look here, right, Gary?
Well, I think it is the 5, but we'll see. I think the 5 holds on by a few inches, but and I used the 5 in the pick 4, but it doesn't matter because it was dead because Cranberry Brie I used alone, and here is the 5 horse holding on by just those inches that we mentioned. So down goes the champ. All Our Wishes and Double J. That was flew off the gate early, and simply the champ had a little too much work to do.
Yeah, and down goes my wishes in the in this pick 4, and yeah, champ, sat third. And listen, I thought that Trevor Henry might have timed it right, when he began to make his move, because we obviously saw champ kind of tire late last time in the first over position, and I thought he still had the time to get there and shifted to the passing lane. It just missed at the wire. It was a matter of inches there, as you mentioned, and All Our Wishes. It was a nice effort, and we said took on too much pony last time, and now when there's a 40,000 life. This time around finds happy medium and finds the winner's circle.
Yeah, that was the medium, and certainly that July the 31st effort, Georgian, was good, but as you mentioned, that was a maiden class, but now proves that can face a little tougher, has the gate speed. That'll be always crucial for a horse in All Our Wishes. Jody Jamieson back in front of us, a 4-year-old muscle mass bay mare owned by TJ Stables. Paul Cameron's the trainer. Second win this year, second lifetime. All our wishes, 159 and 1. There he is, Paul Cameron at the head of the horse. One of the all-time great guys in harness racing. The 10th race, payouts 5, all our wishes, $24.90 for $33.51. The champ, 210 for Angel with Attitude, $220. $2 exactor, $55. Dollar try, $45.60. Dollar super, $100, $28.45. The 10th race order of finish from the top, 2743165. That's 2743165. Field 4, race number 11 on parade. 1, Toriel. James Martin drives and trains and owns. Number 2 is State of Mind. Tullamore for Don Lindsay and Paul Kleinpaste, William Amplajevic and Garth Bechtel. 3 is Layla Blue. Jody Jamison for Doug Good. 4 is Merengue Sealster, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice and James Martin and Hans Mueller. And 5, Chocolate Milk Toast, Scott Quiller for Michelle Sherman. Number 6, Maddie's Credit, Natasha Dever, Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 7 is scratched, and 8 is Cat Nick Boyd for James Dean and Wilma and James McKenzie. And 9 is Cowgirl Lily, James McDonald for Chantel Mitchell and Decision Theory Incorporated, and Daniel Serafian and Gary Volpe. It is a field of 8. It's the 11th and final dash. Let's get right to it. And we're going to start with your top one, Layla Blue. Jody Jamison, you love this one off that last race.
I do, and I think she should be good and brave coming into it. She was loaded with pace, Gary, on the end of that mile. She kind of was lost in the mix throughout. Found a seam, split horses, and was closing fast to be third, only beating a length. And I love it when horses come off an effort like that. She should be feeling good about herself, and this is a class that she certainly fits in. I think that the other two main dangers in here might be a little bit vulnerable. State of Mind should be better, making her second start back. And you've got Cowgirl Lily coming from Mohawk Park, who has to start from that second tier. So I'm hoping that Jody can get her off the gate well. And if she can sit a decent trip, I think Layla Blue can get the job done here. And 3-1 is a fair price, but I'm not sure we're going to get that come post time.
Well, and we certainly agree on the same top 3, and that's what the tote board shows. And I did go with 2, State of Mind, and it is the second start back. And certainly this is one that you can like. This is one that you did like last time out, I believe. And State of Mind is definitely one. Well, you see 51 and 3 only as recently as May the 13th, and a pretty strong earnings season in 16 starts this year.
Yeah, and she looks really, sharp on the track. And the thing is, too, is like you said, coming back now, second start back off a layoff, back in a regular rotation. We know how important that is. She disappointed as the favorite last time. And really didn't have much of an excuse. I mean, she ended up getting an inside trip, slipping out second over. We both thought, oh, wow, she's probably going to fire and beat this group. And it just didn't happen. She's bet down to 7-5 tonight. Like I said, I think she's vulnerable. That's why I went in a different direction. But would I be surprised if she came up back with a much better effort tonight? Absolutely not.
Now, number 9, Cowgirl Lily, is the one with the most back class in this field. And, well, if you think there's some inside speed, I'm not sure about Toriel and what might happen there. But State of Mind, well, maybe did flash a little bit of speed early last time up. But Cowgirl Lily, James McDonald certainly has the hot hand in terms of steering.
Yeah, definitely. We got the nation's leading driver aboard, Cowgirl Lily, and I think you've got to go behind State of Mind. That one's going to get forwardly placed, and just on class alone, right? I mean, I think that there's 3 horses that kind of stand out here, and the tote board is telling the story on those 3. And again, for me, Cowgirl Lily, if she gets into a decent spot off the gate, she has every right to be, a strong force in here. The replay last time looks like she might have got locked in. She actually did slip out and didn't really come forward, but they were banging home, right? She still came home with 27 and 4, and I thought she could have maybe finished her mile off a little bit better in that effort. But coming here to the river might be just what she needs to kind of get back in the win column. I put her in the 3rd spot. Trailing post worries me as it usually does, and I went a different direction. But I think she's obviously a top 3 player and another strong win candidate.
Number 6, Maddie's Credit, did finish in front of Layla Blue back July the 6th, a very competitive second.
Yeah, Maddie's Credit is interesting in here. I'm not so sure she can fire off this time around. She's a horse that likes to get forwardly placed. I think it'll be tough from post 6, and there is some speed right to the inside of her. But if she gets a decent spot, sits in the pylons, I think she can get a piece of it. Getting bet a little more than I expected at 10-1. I thought she'd be a bigger price, but she can land somewhere in the high 5.
And the sleeper in the field, I nominate for Merengue Sealster. This is one I've seen race some decent spots. And not that far back, July the 16th, finishing third, 54-1 at Georgian Downs. Wayne McLean's put up some numbers this year. Merengue Sealster, you get 21-1. It can get on the ticket. Now the problem is hasn't raced and was scratched vet lame last time out.
Well, you know what though? I mean, you look at Merengue Sealster definitely has the ability, and you need a bomb to get on the ticket, right? If we're saying the race comes down to the 2, 3, and 9, we don't get a price on this ticket, it's not going to pay. So why not use Merengue Sealster somewhere in that high five?
Well, that is my bomb at 23-1. My man Wayne McLean and Merengue Sealster. It is a field of 8. Toriel, State of Mind on the inside. In the center, Layla Blue, Merengue Sealster, Chocolate Milk Toast. To the outside, Maddie's Credit and Cat. The second tier, Cowgirl Lily. It's a field of 8. It's the 11th race. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough, and State of Mind will lead with Layla Blue, and Cowgirl Lily is right up on the back of State of Mind, and Toriel's down to the inside. Then Merengue Sealster and Chocolate Milk Toast and Maddie's Credit and Cab, and they race their way into the backstretch, and State of Mind and Tyler Moore had mind to go to the lead and got it, and Layla Blue is right there in the pocket. Toriel is forwardly placed third, and then it is Cowgirl Lily racing fourth in the run of Merengue Sealster. Then Chocolate Milk Toast and Maddie's Credit, and trailing the field is Cat. They race on to the opening quarter. State of Mind 27-3, the opening panel. Layla Blue position 2. Then Toriel is third, and then Cowgirl Lily now is going to move to the outside, and then it is Chocolate Milk Toast and Merengue Sealster, Maddie's Credit, and Cat. They race off the turn. State of Mind and Talamore's got the lead, but Cowgirl Lily is moving up on the outside. Layla Blue's on the inside and is filling the pocket. Toriel racing on the pylons and is only about 4 lengths off the front. Then Chocolate Milk Toast, Merengue Sealster, Maddie's Credit, and Cat. They race on down the back stretch off that half, a lively half of 56-4. And it is State of Mind. Layla Blue is getting a stalking pocket ride. Chocolate Milk Toast is sent out 3 wide. Cowgirl Lily center the track. Toriel is on the inside. Maddie's Credit, Merengue Sealter, and Cab. It is still State of Mind. State of Mind and Layla Blue. And Cowgirl Lily is racing third. And now Layla Blue is out and challenging State of Mind. 3/4, 125-3. Layla Blue and State of Mind. Layla Blue as the field turns for home. Now has come on to grab a slim lead. Layla Blue in State of Mind. Layla Blue is going to get the green in the 11th race. It is Layla Blue and Jody Jamison. State of Mind was second. Cowgirl Lily, and then Cat and Chocolate Milk Toast. Layla Blue in 155. Layla Blue is 3-1, and you were correct, Rob.
Yeah, no, I love Layla Blue tonight. I mean, I put it on Twitter. We said it on here. I singled in the pick 4, Gary. What could have been, though, eh? If the champ gets here in the last race, we would have got this pick 4 for a real small investment. Still would have paid pretty good, but obviously not as good as it's paying right now. My man Jody Jamison broke my heart in the last race, but at least gets me home in this one. So Layla Blue, love everything Jody did here. I wanted to see him get off the gate. He got in the 2-0 behind State of Mind. And then obviously blew by that one for the victory. So Layla Blue, yeah, nice price. Surprised she went off of that number. I thought she'd get bet down late.
And, actually, a State of Mind, 56-4 is a solid half, but still, front end, it's a front end speed favoring track. And, State of Mind, I thought would be able to hold on a little stronger.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case as well. And, we really thought it was down to a 3-horse race. And, I mean, at the end of the day, you get the bigger price on top. And Cowgirl Lily, I thought she was vulnerable to even money. And State of Mind, I think, is getting better. But that second start back, might even see a better effort from her next time, third start back off a layoff.
Well, it does come 3-9, the top 3 in order. But then it's 8 Cat finishing 4th, so that helps it. And then Chocolate Milk Toast. But back in front of us is the winner of race 11. It's number 3, Layla Blue. 5-year-old Art Major Bay mare. Oh, and trained by Douglas Good. Jody Jamison with the driving double. 2 on the night for Double J. And it's the 4th win for Layla Blue and the 9th victory lifetime 155 flat, Layla Blue with a new career best. The 11th race payouts, number 3, Layla Blue, 820, 340, 222. State of Mind, $4, 299. Cowgirl Lily, 210. $2 exactor, 1540. Dollar try, 1340. Double, 107.40. And the Super High Five pays $296.45 of the dollar win for $445. The 11th race order finish from the top is a 721 658 scratch 43. That's 721 658 scratch 43 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Our next live racing program is this Friday with a first race post time of 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.